Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to another live stream of Shadowverse. Today is Friday, October 1st. Let's hop in. So, yeah, Wednesday was a bad launch in my opinion for Shadowverse, and certainly I was not really in the mood for it. Um, I think I'm still right. I don't think I was just being like overly emotional or anything around it. Like having in the previous week gotten all of these daily quests, which I played last night and got all the daily quests done, so it'll be 51 minutes before we even accomplish anything here. Having like a pretty poor record of getting daily quests done, on top of a new launch, on top of new cards that made me rebuild all of the decks, which we can show that I've very roughly gone in and fixed all the decks or deleted old decks to try and start again. But yeah, there was just a high demand of work here. And see, I've even gotten one of these victory rewards for these chests. So right now, your push would be to do this, except for the fact that the push is also to do the quests. And in the quests are the puzzles, and in the quests are the daily one elite boss. And on top of that push, like the new story came out. Maybe it came out a few days earlier, but man, it has been a struggle certainly to try and just even pretend like you're keeping up with Shadowverse. It's just way too much content all released at the same time. You could have easily broken it up by a few weeks. So we'll start with, like we always do, with opening packs. For the accountability section, I'm playing Shadowhand still, a solitaire game. I'm playing it on very hard, so I'm probably making it worse for myself than it needs to be. But it is very much random based as to whether or not you get a good deal and whether you're going to win. So you can easily spend 8, 9, 10 minutes on a sub chapter, which each chapter has, once you get past the first few chapters, each chapter has 8 sub chapters. So you're taking, let's say, 5 minutes even times 8, that's 45 minutes. In actuality, it's usually taking an hour and 20 minutes minimum to beat a chapter. That's really long to just be playing solitaire, even though they try to change it up and there are slightly different variations on the solitaire you're playing. It's not even a solitaire that I think most people would think is one of their top 10 solitaires, because it is literally just the up and down solitaire with different layouts. So if you have a well, it doesn't even go the full gambit. First of all, it stops at 9, so 9 loops back down to a 0 card, and then the 0 card connects to an ace card. So if you have something like a 3, you can play a 4 or a 2 on it. It doesn't matter what color. In fact, there's like 6 suits, so it's really changing things up. Anyways, and the suits aren't hearts, diamonds, spades, or anything like that. The suits are masquerade masks, swords, gun, tree, cup, diamond. Completely different symbols. So it's not particularly connected to solitaire very well. There are some more mechanics and some more cheats in it, but the cheats so far aren't really helping to ensure a victory. And I think Shadowhand really shows that it is the kind of game that would be better off if it didn't have a hard mode, or if it simply had a relaxed and normal mode instead of a hard mode. I guess the only thing they didn't add on Shadowverse was Arena. So, yeah. There's definitely some annoyance there against Shadowhand, and a little bit of annoyance on just how much time I'm putting into Shadowverse. Yeah, vice versa. I'm more annoyed at Shadowverse than Shadowhand. And it definitely is weird to be playing two Shadow-named games. What helped alleviate some of my annoyance is I did go and just look up the answers to all the puzzles. I think on screen I showed off the solutions of these two. So if we just go through the experience, I'm not going to really play these, because even having solved these following someone's solution, it doesn't really make sense at all. It is incredibly complicated as to what you had to do. I had figured out that you did need to play this, but there was something else that happened when I followed the instructions that I was just not even expecting to happen. Like, yeah, and I don't even know what it was. Like, I can't even tell you, having done this just a day ago, 2 days ago. I can't even tell you what the combination was. So at best I can just say, go look up the answers if you're having any frustration with them, because it is just not worth your time. These are not puzzles that feed you to the next step, for lack of a better explanation. Yeah. Like, if you get a jigsaw puzzle and you can find one piece, that usually informs you a little bit as far as what the next step would be. And so even the game is telling you not to bother to try and play this again. So here, attacked Ramiel with Selena Sugar Kiss Assassin. Ramiel, Selena Sugar Kiss. See, so you would play something like this, in that, but maybe that's not the time to do that. And see, that brings up some solutions. But I don't think it gives all the solutions. Because you kind of have to assume that that's that, and then that's that. And so you have this another Ramiel that you can do that for. And then you can do that. Why did that not? Nope. See, I didn't play that right. You probably would have needed to kill this first, then had two of them on the field like that, then played that, and that would have removed that, then attacked that. Yeah.
dear friend.
Then you don't really have enough in this case to give the storm so it could attack again. And even if this 6 did have storm to attack, you still would need to do something to get rid of this. And I think it did have something to do with it playing Haven Fire. But really I'm just kind of rambling here. Yeah. It didn't even stick in my head. And in all fairness, if you go and look up the answer to a puzzle and just follow a YouTube video like I did, the chances of retaining that are going to be pretty low. I think what you need probably is more step-based puzzles. I really do think that's the next step to making these card puzzles and making them something that is slightly interesting. Either that, or you just have to admit that they need to always be super easy. Because if there was some kind of checkpoint system here, where you play one card and it goes, oh, that was the right move, checkpoint. You don't ever have to worry about that being the wrong move. Then you could exponentially start to remove branching paths that are wrong just with a brute force. Whereas right now, to try and brute force every single card combination would be fairly insane. Unless you had a program to do it for you. Yeah, and I cannot even remember. I can say that pretty much this guy, in the 2 times he shows up, is important. That's about as much as I can say. And this guy's ability definitely plays a role in what's going on, but also the shadows play a role, and the number of people who have died, play a role. Let's see. Yeah, there's something about one of these cards too that changes everything. Yeah.
There's no other way. There's no retreat.
But you can kind of see how you're not anywhere close at all, unless you get that order perfectly, and it is totally possible to just bang your head against that wall. And some of these challenges do have like 3 or 4 extra cards, which just makes it even worse that there's actually extra cards that you just won't play. So basically I'm just rambling this to vent more than actually trying to show an answer here. Let's see. None of these really impressed me. at all. None of these cards taught me anything new. Yeah. And certainly some of that is just coming off unhappy with the way this has been released. When you look at the amount of expansions over the 4+ years that Shadowverse has been out, you could have easily removed 3 or 4 expansions and been much more on a quarterly or 3 expansions a year path. And their expansions aren't even very big, so I can say I know that this one you do play fairly early, and then you activate this once you've played the very specific 4 cards that you want to play to bring this back. So that gives you 3 more cards that you would play here, and they probably would be things with Storm. I don't think you really even do anything with Delta Cannon.
The magic of flowers is profound.
Summon an assembly droid might have been what you would do.
Goodbye is inevitable. Farewell, Iolan.
And see, that's like, at first glance, that's the and see, yeah, I probably shouldn't have played one of these. Probably this one.
Consider this your awakening. You feel that too? If only you knew.
And see, when you destroy this one, that just heals and brings something back. Yeah. So the challenge here is obviously to figure out how can you destroy 4 characters on the field and clear this to then be able to play this. And this is, I think, the one that ends up with like 3 extra cards. Yeah, even when you compare it to like Magic the Gathering basically has 4 expansions a year, and at least one of them is just a nothing expansion that is there to rip you off, and it's not really even adding any new content. And I would prefer that, frankly, to have 3 expansions, 1 per season, and then the 4th expansion is taking all the cards from those 3 previous expansions and saying, hey, we think these were the good ones, and since we're on this rolling rotation system, which Shadowverse is also on that system, then you can bring back the cards that are good. So as for this, I can say it really took about the first try to get Memori done. Win a match within 10 turns, win a match using a trial deck. I had to play a second time to do that, and win a match with at least 10 defense. And then Hero maybe took 2 or 3 attempts, win a match after destroying an enemy evolved Ignis Dragon, win a match after playing the original cost, a card that originally cost 7 play points, and win a match that with at least 20 defense remaining. I think I failed the first time, and then the second time I got all 3 of these. And I haven't even done Luca or any of the others because I was just kind of trying to focus my attention. And so that gets us an emblem, some gold, a sleeve. We could probably just click on these this way just to show them off. This is the slow way, of course, to do this. And that sleeve does not look particularly interesting to me at all. I bet very few people play that. Emblems don't matter. So, let's select a deck. And what we're basically running into is we could play these temporary decks, but there's no way to even get these temporary decks to a situation where you could copy these cards if you had all these cards and make a copy of that deck. There is some interesting expansions. There is now this QR code feature, which is nice. So theoretically, if you had Shadowverse on your cell phone, particularly your cell phone, you could then take a picture of it and then import the deck that way. But there's no just like save this deck, copy this deck, or anything like that. There's no way to see that deck at all. I think I did earn another thing. So pre-built decks. Yeah, I have a ticket here. So Dragoncraft, Ramp Dragoncraft, sure. We have another ticket. It feels like you are just going to probably get 3 tickets for 3 decks. And see, now you could preview this deck, or you just save this deck. Right, so there's our Ramp Dragoncraft. Probably going to replace the defense deck because it's probably not worth playing. Like a lot of the decks that I tried to just build out of fun, A, were not fun, and B, were not successful. So yeah. Not really having a great time with Shadowverse. Meanwhile, Destiny Child, which I talk about way too much, the mobile lewd cell phone game I play, is on to its next event, and it is going, I guess you would say, perhaps so well that I don't even have anything to do. Like, this world boss event is kind of falling action, I suppose, compared to having 2 overlapping events previously. Right. Let's see. So we're gonna ramp up the defense of our character. For the accountability section, I'll say October snuck up on me. I did not realize that we were this close to October. I've also ordered a different internet service provider that's cheaper, so halfway through this month I will hopefully install a new ISP, which theoretically claims to be faster even. So yeah, that shouldn't, ideally that won't affect anything. If it does, then that would be annoying. Oh, so you really can't even play cards until you can find something that is useful. But yeah, I need to schedule videos as usual. I don't think I'm in a major danger, but if I don't schedule videos fairly soon, I'm going to, around December, run out of content. It says a defense of 3, which then lets me banish that guy. Nice. Summon Aftershock. What is Aftershock? It's a dragon amulet. Yeah, there definitely is a lot of new cards in this expansion, and it's just hard to see them and hard to see how they would synergize. It feels like these cards definitely should have been teased more. Okay. Discard a card and draw a card. Have Storm and Evolve. Strike. Russian Bane. I guess we do this one.
My bolts or many pardons. I went too far.
I think what we're gonna end up doing is never discarding a card because they're also ramped up. This deck that is way better than anything I ever built as a general idea of, oh, this is what Dragoncraft is about. Let's see. Draw 2 cards.
My heart is a garden herb.
Worship the primal flame. Breach of contract, huh?
Strike.
Many pardons.
I think you just do that. Yeah. Strike includes Leader Strike. Could evolve and attack. I don't even think it's worth it though. Alright, well, it's a Friday. We had a whole bunch of games left over. There's not a lot more to say, talk about. So let's. There really hasn't been a ton of news. The Tokyo Game Show did seem to either start yesterday or today, so we are getting more Japanese game announcements. And it is starting to look like there actually will be a few Japanese games coming out for the rest of this year, whereas it was getting questionable. Let's see. Just, I guess you evolved that guy. And then, guess you play this.
That twig won't do a thing.
I could use a shoulder to cry on. Pardons.
We'll just keep on playing. So yeah, let's go through the news. Let's try and burn through all the games. There is a Steam sale. We'll look at that. I don't know if this is particularly the fall sale to focus on or anything like that. So let's see, is this Rush? Sure. And then draw a couple cards. Here we go. Massive defense. Yeah, this is a board clear item. can't do anything else. Alright, so we have a game on Steam here called Coronation, which doesn't look visually polished enough to look like anything interesting. It's early access, $8.49, English only. Yep. I really wish there was some way that I could move things around on pages. Like, it's amazing I can use uBlock Origin to just block things, but if I could get this element and this element to be right next to things, that would be great. But honestly, it just kind of argues that the way Steam has designed itself is kind of weird. You have this push at the very beginning to add it to your wish list, to follow lists, or go to a queue, when wouldn't it make a little bit more sense to do that somewhere below this line where you have the description and this is interesting that there's a title and a genre tag now. Yeah. But yeah, where they've put things in games, really, on the page, it really doesn't feel like it's been thought through. Alright, do this. And do this. And I'm just gonna go ahead and evolve and attack here. I'd like to give victories today, like every day, but right now in particular getting victories is all we can really focus for. As for this game, searching for objects in the forest, looking at it, it looks cutesy as like a hidden object game, but I guess that means I can put it on the follow list, and that's about it though. Gamatsu has Sega announcing a choose-your-own ending RPG called Sin Chronicle for iOS and Android. Well, we may very well just see the end of JRPGs as they are known to exist today. Like, if all of a sudden everything that isn't just a Final Fantasy AAA designed to be popular in the West game, if anything below the top tier of JRPGs start just showing up on cell phones, that could certainly change how many RPG games we see on Steam in general. Arguably, there's been too many. This looks very much like that anime where you go down a pit and there's more and more monsters. They've just stolen that idea, although the idea of a pit where there are monsters is not really probably that copyrightable. The art style does not match the anime I'm thinking about though. And I can't remember the name of it. There's a ton of characters that they're highlighting, which makes me really wonder if there is an actual story here, because what this really feels like is that they're going to straight up just have you pick between branching paths or type in your actual ending. Either that or it's going to be a branching path game that's, one would expect, relatively shorter than a standard like 200 plus hour JRPG. That is another question certainly, as far as what is the appropriate time length to have for a JRPG. Alright, strike. There we go. Let's go ahead and just get rid of that. There we go. Yeah, I'm sure I'm annoying this guy by slowing down as I was about to win. But yeah, I do think that we may start to see a case where instead of having a ton of RPG games coming out on Steam, we start to see maybe 2 or 3 every day, or even less. There's definitely been an oversaturation of RPG Maker games in particular, but RPG games in general. Just go ahead and play this. Alright. Yeah, I don't even know if at this level there is a character that we are buffering up for anything. Like, what we need is something that would say your defense equals your attack. And I'm not sure there is one in the 16 remaining cards. The new Telltale, you have to always kind of remind people that, says there's a scam going around with people claiming to be recruiters from gaming companies. If you hear from Grace Prather, or any recruiter that asks you to download Telegram, it's part of the scam, not us. I don't know. I think in general you could take from that, hey, if something is asking you to download an app and you're not familiar with that app, that's not at the moment within a reasonable way of doing business. And clearly that these scammers are trying to avoid making international phone calls to avoid being detected by caller ID and labeled spam, or to just not have to pay the international phone call fees. I would not. If you're getting information from a recruiter, it's probably a scam, even if they're going through like your LinkedIn. But they're going to probably try and contact you through email and tell you to call them, because that would be the more convenient thing, time-wise. Let's just do that again. But yeah, I wouldn't go through Skype. I wouldn't go through Facebook for sure for job recruiting. You can easily also say that if somebody is trying to recruit you for something that you're not qualified for, well, it's fairly common that things like that happen, where you get these mass emails from recruiters for jobs you're nowhere qualified for. You might as well just not waste your time on them. There is some logic to applying for things and just seeing what happens, but if something is asking for a doctorate or a master's degree and you have a GED, they're not going to compromise themselves. And if anything, that is part of the false, ridiculous narrative that some businesses are making nowadays, is that, oh, we can't find employees. Businesses in general in the United States have been demanding that people be trapped under massive amounts of education debt for the lowest skilled and lowest paying jobs for decades. And they have done nothing to lower their standards or increase their pay. So it's not surprising that they've painted themselves into a corner saying they can't find somebody that meets their requirements. Most jobs, HR listings of job listings are ridiculously overwritten and overqualified, and are looking for people who would be so overqualified that they really would demand more pay or a better job fairly quickly. And at a certain point, I think that is going to go straight down the line to a lot of employees are going to have to start straight up saying, A, we don't care if you do drugs off company time, and B, we don't care if you're a convicted felon, which a significant amount of convicted felons are in part or in whole convicted for drugs. And since you can even go further, certainly, and say since certain communities are over-policed and over-prosecuted for drug convictions, those certain communities, minority communities, are then further disenfranchised and given less opportunities by every single, and it is pretty much every single job demanding that you not be convicted of a felony. And the logic otherwise is that, oh, if somebody is a felon, that they'll probably steal money out of the till. The person who is already in the eyes of the law and on probation and doesn't probably want to go back to prison, has already experienced it once, I think they're probably slightly less likely to steal from you than the random person who has never experienced the punishment of committing a crime. So you might be better off hiring felons. And of course, that's just going to be person to person, and you're really just painting with broad strokes. But to get back to video games, there's a scam, but then Telltale says we are in fact looking for people to help bring the upcoming games to life. So then they link to job listings, which at the very least you start off with what you could take as a good-natured bit of negativity, but then they've also said, hey, we are hiring, so let's focus on that too. Here we have a game on Steam called Space Merchant, which just looks like a cell phone port game. Doesn't look terrible. It looks like a game that would have taken the ideas of FTL and made it into a more merchandise capitalism theory, and taken the ideas of Gazillionaire or Gazillion and improved upon it. It's free, it's English only. It doesn't look like a student project, but it doesn't look terrible. And yeah, this is kind of the example of something that is on iOS and Android, and there's really no reason why it shouldn't be on Steam, but it's also understandable that they wouldn't be able to just completely redesign the game to fit that widescreen PC format. So they're putting it out for free. There are in-app purchases, so I imagine that's where they probably are going to try and make their money. And I suppose that is a good counter argument to the idea that maybe JRPGs will start disappearing from Steam and we'll stop seeing so many people make low effort RPG Maker games because of it. We may very well see that AA JRPGs that are first targeted for that are first made for cell phones may just get very quickly and lazily ported to Steam anyways. Moving on, Video Game Chronicle says, Phil Spencer says that Xbox console supply issues will continue into 2022. Quote, it's going to be a challenge that we'll work through for quite a while. Yeah. I'm expecting 2023, 2024 before you see the vast majority of chip shortages and shortages being finally resolved. Unless there's just some massive reduction of extra things being made, which, yeah, I don't think that's gonna really happen. EU's on the chat saying hi. Hi, EU. Let's see. Do we play this? This? Or this? I guess we'll get rid of this one.
If I turned tail and ran, I wouldn't be a dragon.
Let's see. Video Games Chronicle says Monster Hunter Rise hits PC in January of 2022, but players can try the demo next month. This would be it'll release on Steam. Let's see. Does Monster Hunter Rise look good enough? I think it does, yeah. There's a few too many Monster Hunter games. So I know there's a couple of them that were like Switch games and maybe even a couple that were mobile games, and I don't know if Monster Hunter Rise is supposed to be the sequel to Monster Hunter World or not. And I don't know where Monster Hunter Stories are supposed to integrate into all of that. Arguably, I don't know if I have enough energy or time to get into Monster Hunter. There's a lot of ambition, certainly, in the back of my mind to play a lot of games, but particularly the long-running Japanese series or just long-running games in general tends to not make it. Like, I think I bought all of the Neptunia games and I haven't played a single one of them, so I desperately need to at least play one of those games. Let's see. Nintendo has come out and said Nintendo has swiftly denied claims that 11 studios are working on 4K games. Bloomberg claims a 4K Switch Pro is still planned for late 2022. This is one of those cases, and we've seen this with many companies, but Nintendo is kind of a master at it, in which Nintendo can put out a statement very cleverly worded to say we are not working on a 4K Switch, and then they'll come out with a Switch, or we have no current plans for a 4K Switch, and then very cleverly they'll come out with something not called the 4K Switch. It'll be called the Switch Pro or something else. Or it won't have Switch in the title at all. And in my mind, I think that is the right move, is that if you're going to come out with a 4K capable outputting device, I don't trust Nintendo to actually be able to up-res even to like 1080p or 2K.
I went too far.
And there. So like if they did come out with something that could connect to a 4K TV, and it was the Switch 2 or whatever they would call it, I just feel like it would be up-resing 1080p at most. Otherwise, they're selling a $600 thing. Let's see. And I just don't see how Nintendo could I don't see how you could really sell a $600 console that's going to still have that Nintendo limitation of having Nintendo content and very little else. I'm gonna evolve and hit this.
Ready to witness my true strength?
Divine judgment awaits.
I think what we might be seeing is really more of a case of Nintendo, for the first time in at least a decade, being future forward looking and saying, hey, let's actually try and have the developers reach a resolution that they want to try and target. And I wouldn't be surprised if a Switch 2 came out and there was a up-res version to 4K, like a Series X version, but the heavy push will be for the Series S version. And so there would be still like a $350 Switch 2 that is doing 1080p at most, and the 4K version is for this. I am glad to see, though, that TVs have pretty much given up on any idea of doing like 8K or higher. I think there's very little demand even for 4K, but EU put a question on here, random question. The other day I watched your director commentary on the Portal series, and my question is, what games would you like to have that kind of director commentary? There's a couple of games that have director commentaries in their special editions. BioShock 1 has it too. I can think of that. I think in general, director commentary for video games is something that only works when it works. And that's kind of a non-answer, but if somebody was going to make, say, a director commentary for Super Mario Bros. 1, it would be Shigeru Miyamoto, the creator, or the credited creator of making Super Mario Bros. 1, and he could tell a few interesting stories, and he has told these interesting stories in books and articles and things. But if you could kind of script things that had already been gotten out of these people through interviews, or if they were just a really good speaker, that kind of works. But you would be listening to audio of Shigeru Miyamoto speaking in Japanese, so then you'd have to dub it for people who only speak English, so you run into that problem. So if you were to just roughly guess that half of all games worth mentioning are Asian created and half are all more Western created, then half of all developer commentaries would include Japanese people speaking in Japanese, more than likely. And so that's going to be a major stumbling block to make a lot of director commentaries not work. So then you eliminate non-English speakers from the director's commentary, since most of those won't work. And the translation, particularly when you start talking about technical details, which I definitely, being classically trained as a programmer, am interested in how they might program and improve the programming, or come up with cool ideas. And I don't think any director commentary would ever go into enough of a detail like that. That's something closer to what a GDC, Game Developers Conference speech would be, and those tend to be pretty dry and boring. But I also have interest in like decisions around writing, theming, animation, things like that. So if you can get the head person of each of the main categories of the elements in the game, that there probably would be a better director's commentary. Usually I find most director's commentaries on movies work well when you have at least 4 people in the room, but then they start to kind of get bad if you have 5 or 6 people in the room, because then there's usually one person that doesn't say anything at all or barely says anything at all in the entire like 2-hour director's commentary. But yeah, it can be interesting, but also I think I think most games don't need it. Like, if you were gonna put a director's commentary on Halo 1, okay, that makes sense. Right now, 25-30 years after Halo 1, getting everybody together that ever worked on any Halo game and having director's commentary would be fine. But if you start then trying to have if you start trying to have that kind of if you start to try and have that same experience for Halo 2, Halo 3, Halo 4, some of the lesser interesting games, that probably wouldn't work too well. The Diablo 2 remaster just came out. You could put little nodes of developers' commentary, but you pretty much could only do that for the first hour or two of the game, because Diablo 2 is so grindy that it would be few and far between hearing people say anything. A lot of them don't have a lot to say. And that's not even getting into the high chance that if you give game developers these days enough rope, they'll hang themselves in their director's commentary. They'll start going off on side rants. Every series I cover is not a director's commentary, but it's a commentary, and there's been plenty of times where I have known and felt that if I had to play 10-20 more hours of a game, I would have just started going into huge rants and not said anything informative or interesting. Much closer to some of the things I did with Binding of Isaac, the first series of Binding of Isaac that I made, where 100 hours plus 100 episodes in, with each episode being 2 or 3 hours. At the end there, I was just rambling. And sometimes the rambling is funny, but or interesting, but it definitely wasn't directly connected to Binding of Isaac. So yeah, you kind of want a somewhat curated developer commentary. I just started airing Left 4 Dead, and Left 4 Dead 1, Left 4 Dead 2. Also, Valve Games has director's commentary. It's, I guess, kind of traditional that the Orange Box games have director's commentary. And one of the things that I constantly had to say or felt when I was listening to the developer's commentary of Left 4 Dead 1 and Left 4 Dead 2 is some of the things that they were claiming they achieved, I don't feel like they actually achieved. And so it is, it becomes a case of just arguing with the director's commentary. But Portal is kind of a great example of a game that does have new technology, or sell itself on having a new technology. I think it really did have groundbreaking technology and deserve that kind of commentary, whereas a generic first-person shooter, a hidden object game, a puzzle game, those things aren't going to have anything interesting to say. So it either has to be groundbreaking in some way, new technology, new audio, new visuals, something to really justify a director's commentary, because games are much more treated as a product than they are as art, to get back to the question you asked a couple days ago. So it isn't an attempt to make high art in most cases, whereas movies, as bad as some movies are, tend to at least pretend like they were trying to make high art. I don't think too many people would be interested in listening to the director's commentary of bad movies as much as good movies, like the Blade Runner director's commentary or the Aliens director's commentary. Way more important to listen to than the director's commentary for Revenge of the Nerds or something like that. Or I think the Saw 1 director's commentary was pretty good too. But if it's not innovating in the gameplay mechanics or the art or art design, audio design, something like that, then it probably needs to tell a pretty good story. They just announced that another one of the Bloober Team, it's a Bloober Team game, Painting of Fear. I forget the name of it. There's this horror game that's basically a walking simulator where you have a painting and you walk around and you get another piece that adds another piece to the painting. And depending on a few branching paths, you might get a good ending or a bad ending. Layers of Fear is what it's called. Yeah. They're working on a new Layers of Fear game. I personally did not find that the main first part of Layers of Fear was written particularly well or that good. I felt like the game was overhyped, and having a director's commentary on that game that's so focused on story still wouldn't really be that useful. And I think this pretty much plays out. There's a reason why there aren't that many games that have director's commentary. You have to really have something to say and really have a story to tell. Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice, I think, should be airing fairly quickly. It's the kind of game that feels like it would have given itself a director's commentary, but thank goodness it didn't. I'm going to try something different because I'm not winning here. But because Hellblade as a story doesn't tell itself very well in the main game, and that's true for a lot of games, is that they just don't tell a good story in the first place, so telling the side story is kind of pointless, or telling the making of story is kind of pointless. Arguably, there is a myth of the director in movies that is not as well maintained and sold in video games. The myth that the director is the sole creator of a story in a movie has been pushed for a very long time, when it's really not the case. Usually you have a writer, usually you have several ghost writers that are writing the story and the script. You have several people who might be shot supervisors or in some other way tweaking or changing how the thing written by the writers is actually going to be presented onto the screen. You have an audio effects supervisor, and you usually have a lighting director too. So there's just a lot of things that can be changed and done to make a very collaborative effort. Now, arguably, movies are too collaborative, and too many people have their fingers in the pie, and that's why we get very generic, bland, bad movies a lot of times. But ignoring that complaint, there is definitely
And farewell.
a consideration and a false narrative that the director is doing everything, when a lot of times the director might be doing very little other than just being the boss on the set at the time. But even he has producers and executive producers above him that really are making calls and changing how things would be presented. In video games, director is not even really an established term so much. So, like, I'm sure there's been several games out there that didn't even have somebody labeled as a director. The director is effectively, in a video game, much more of a person who is doing the weekly meetings to get all of the heads of each department together and make sure everybody's on the same page. It is much more of a meeting, office place type job than being on a set and directly controlling what in the equation would be individual programmers do. Like in a movie, a director is telling an actor and a lighting person and a grip what he wants, and their job is to be the expert at doing this. It is also, I think, worth mentioning that Hollywood is on the verge of potentially going on a major strike because a lot of the people working on movies are not getting paid or treated well. Just as a side note. But yeah, a director is directly telling the actors what to do. A director in a video game isn't so much going to go to the lowest level programmer and tell them what to do. It is much more of a strict ladder situation where a director would tell the head of programming what he wants. The head of programming then is going to break that into smaller tasks in most cases and assign that to his programming team, giving the most important tasks to the people he can trust the most, the senior programmers, and then giving the least important tasks to the lowest or least competent programmers. So a director's commentary very often for a video game would be, yeah, I had a weekly meeting. We had general ideas and general themes. We took what the writer had written and we integrated what the writer has written. But there is a very difference between movies taking what a writer has written as a script and the theme and narrative that's trying to be sold and told above all else, and video game development where they have a good gameplay mechanic, hopefully, and then they're just cramming the story into it. Story and final art and animation is added at an incredibly late spot in video games compared to movies, which once again means the director in a movie, his job is to best represent what was on the page, what was on the script, whereas a director in a video game, his job is to make a game that sells and plays well. And writers are second thought. Audio often is second thought. So, yeah, in a lot of games, the director commentary would be pretty bad. It really would not be what you would expect. I think even in a lot of movie directors commentary, again, they're not worth listening to. There's plenty of good movies out there that don't have director's commentaries. Since I've been watching like the Rocky Horror Picture Show, which is a weird movie, certainly a few weeks ago, just to use that as an example, that's a movie that I don't think has a director's commentary, but also I'm not sure I really would want a director's commentary so much as I would want the actor's commentary and the people who are actually making it. And that's probably true for a lot of movies, is that what is called the director's commentary sometimes doesn't even have a director on it, and is just the actors. But then actors often, when they are doing commentary, tend to say, oh, I had so much fun here, or they tend to just complain about being mistreated, which in all fairness they probably were mistreated, but yeah, actors are usually empty-headed idiots, and that's what makes them good actors, is they don't have any thoughts in their head messing up the instructions that they're receiving to say other things. You don't want particularly intelligent actors, and luckily they don't tend to be particularly intelligent. And then I'm being cruel there, but it's kind of true.
You want to hunt? Be my guest.
So yeah, I'm trying to think of like games that I really would have liked to see a director's commentary. Sure, Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis. You've got Steven Spielberg. Steven Spielberg has done a great job, like George Lucas, of selling himself as the artistic auteur director, somebody who really cares about making a message and making a good product. Arguably, I don't know if Steven Spielberg is really that anymore.
This is the end.
But at one point he was definitely considered that. So if you could get Steven Spielberg to have done the director's commentary on Fate of Atlantis, that would have been nice. Because that is effectively an attempt at making a fourth Indiana Jones movie.
Nice marksmanship.
And some of the other point-and-click adventure games try to have good stories, so Broken Sword would be the Broken Sword series. If I could get a director's commentary on that, maybe they could explain some more things, but... classic games that are really, really relevant... Tomb Raider 1, for instance, could use with a director's commentary just because it's relevant, just from a historical perspective. Honestly, it doesn't even have to be a commentary that involves anybody who actually made the game. If you just had a historian come in and do a talk about the game's impact, that would be interesting. Inherently, though, you run into the problem that most people don't finish games. A lot of people barely play 2 hours of a game, so it's not a very good return on investment to have a game that you ideally would want to play all the way through once and then have a commentary of some sort. A lot of times it's not a director's commentary that is playing over the entirety of the full length of the game. A lot of times it is just little interview sections and snippets, and a lot of those aren't even bothered to be put on the disc because they're spending so much of the disc space of a DVD or a Blu-ray to have better visual assets for the actual game. They don't tend to spend any effort or waste any space with that extra kind of stuff that all ends up on websites or just on like places like Giant Bomb or GameSpot, wherever those interviews originally happened. A lot of it is still very text-based. But yeah, Sonic, like the first Sonic game, deserves a director's commentary. Probably there's but it gets really hard to
You've been
uh,
chosen.
gets really hard to think of a lot of games that deserve that, because a lot of games frankly just don't even have any relevancy at all. Like Mass Effect is the kind of game that would probably want to release something with a director's commentary, but it's such a massively long game that I don't think people would be willing to play it. Plus it really pooped the bed as far as the third in the trilogy, that I don't think there really is that much of a Mass Effect fandom left.
I'm coming for you.
Mortal Kombat 1, sure, definitely deserves some kind of commentary. And these things do happen. There are look backs and interviews and things, and there are books. But even in the case of books, like the Game Over book, which keeps, I think, getting updated, really is just covering like the entirety of the first generation failure of video game consoles and a significant portion of the second generation NES, Sega Genesis release of consoles. And that book is, I think, worth a read, but not something that you could really convert into
Gentle ghosts, follow me.
a commentary. Part of the problem certainly also comes to the fact that, unlike movie directors, who their whole job when they're not being movie directors is to promote the idea of directors being important and the idea of movies being important, and doing a lot of interviews and a lot of promotion and hype stuff, game directors are always working, or should always be working. There should be a project, so they really don't have time to do a lot of interviews, and they tend to be a bunch of frat boy alpha male types anyway, so they tend not to be that good. Like Cliff Bleszinski doing a director's commentary on Gears of War would be interesting, but it would also probably be fairly annoying listening to him. Anytime I've heard anything, even a few quotes from Cliff Bleszinski, really does make him come off as somebody that I really can't relate to very much. Yeah, EU says on the commentary on the chat, Fate of Atlantis was written by Spielberg. I think, I mean, he's credited, I'm fairly certain, as being the creator of Indiana Jones. He definitely allowed it to happen. I could be wrong. Let me just check. Let's see. Fate of Atlantis. I know Steven Spielberg specifically. Oh man, Fate of Atlantis has been replaced with some Assassin's Creed DLC for Assassin's Creed. So I guess I was wrong. I know he worked on The Dig, and Steven Spielberg and George Lucas were definitely friends, and this was made by LucasArts. But you have like the director here, Hal Burwood, which was an American screenwriter, and then the writers of Hal Burwood and Noah Falstein. So yeah, I guess I was wrong about that. I guess I had just seen that Indiana Jones had created it, but yeah. Let's see. Adventure games. I don't think George Lucas worked on that one. Here's The Dig. The Dig here was written in part by Steven Spielberg. So I knew he had worked on that one. And actually, Steven Spielberg has worked on a couple of games, although the idea that he would have the idea that he would have worked on anything else, a lot of other things. Let's see. He worked with EA for a Wii game called Boom Blocks and its sequel Boom Blocks Bash Party. He is the creator of EA's Medal of Honor series, which you wouldn't expect that. He helped create and design LucasArts' adventure game The Dig. He collaborated with the software publisher Knowledge Adventure on Steven Spielberg's director's chair, and he appears in-game as the directors. He played many of the games, including the first Monkey Island. So yeah, he does have a bit of video game relations, but yeah. Honestly, I guess he probably wouldn't have a lot to say about Fate of Atlantis. Or he might have a lot to say about Fate of Atlantis, but it might be kind of weird to have somebody who didn't work on the game actually commenting on it. Although, that might not be a bad idea also, to have people who didn't work on a game talking about a game. There are podcasts certainly like that now, where it's people talking about their fandom or love for a TV show, and they're more passionate and more interesting to just reveal their experience there. There was a YouTube channel called AfterBuzz TV that I don't know if it really exists that much, that was built completely around that idea, and they were just talking about different TV shows over and over again. There's a YouTube channel called Cord Killers that has a spin-off show they do where they watch 3 shows and talk about that. And sometimes they have something interesting to say there, although most of the times they don't. Same, I think, is probably true for AfterBuzz. So, yeah. The Shadow Man is, and I've been a little obsessed with Shadow Man and mentioned it a lot, but Shadow Man is probably one of the more interesting games to potentially have a director's commentary. Just knowing it is just like the weirdest game to ever be approved. And certainly, if you ignore the translation issues, you would want like every Kojima game, every Silent Hill game to have a director's commentary, every Suda 51 game to have a director's commentary. But I don't know if they really have more than a few minutes of commentary to make. I think there's probably a very obvious reason that we don't see a lot of director's commentary, in the fact that a lot of them don't have anything more to say. When you've been crunching on a game for 4 years and it's driven you crazy, and you're spending 60 hours a week every week for 4 years, you probably don't have a lot to say that is going to be that positive, or don't even remember a lot of it. I definitely have worked some jobs where they just take so much of your energy and your time that you just black out entire months, years of your life. You blink and you've missed it. So, yeah.
The dawn shines like a beacon of hope.
Too slow.
Let's see. Top video game by year. Let's see if I can better answer this. If we took took a list here of just the top video game by year on Wikipedia. Oregon Trail? Sure. A director's commentary on that might be slightly interesting, although it really needs to be more of a retrospective. Pong? You can't say anything about Pong. Zork? Very few people know about Zork, I think, nowadays, so that would be informative. Space Invaders, you can't say anything really. Asteroids, you really can't say anything. Usually when I see retrospectives or things like this, they talk about all of these really old arcade games in one fell swoop. Unless you can do something like King of Kong, where you can really do a great job of forming a narrative. Very little was said about Donkey Kong in King of Kong, so you're just using it as an attachment hook. Frogger, Galaga, Tempest, yeah, Pitfall. I think a lot of people forget Robotron 2084. It's one of the first top-down twin-stick shooters. Load Runner. Here you have a Star Wars arcade game. And then you hit 83. See, Donkey Kong was 81. 83 would be about when the NES came out and people would start really talking about console games. I think Marble Madness is a pretty awful game, but in the arcade it, I think, played a lot better. Tetris, there's been documentaries on Tetris, but still we really couldn't do commentary on it. Super Mario Brothers in 85. And then Zelda games, the first Zelda games, it's just not really enough to say on any of these. Prince of Persia, Super Mario World, maybe you could get some director's commentary on that. Link to the Past, you could probably get director's commentary. The Monkey Island games, and they could have director's commentary. I'm not sure that there isn't at least one that doesn't have director's commentary, but I don't remember if there is. Usually if I see it, I will play it in a video game. It's like, I don't think there's ever been a case where somebody's had a director's commentary and I haven't listened to it at least a little bit, unless I just hated the game. Dune 2, like, completely forgotten game. Flashback, mostly forgotten. That's a game that could use a director's commentary, definitely, because it's just complicated and not really telling its story. There's a lot of relevancy on the effect and the hysteria around Mortal Kombat, whereas Sonic the Hedgehog 2 be kind of a lot easier to talk about Mortal Kombat than Sonic the Hedgehog 2. Day of the Tentacle could use a director's commentary. It's mostly going to be story-based point-and-click adventure games. Doom, you could probably do a Doom director's commentary because there's enough relevancy there, but yeah, I'm not sure that John Romero is going to remember a lot now, and if it was to try to make it now. As these older directors and game developers who really would have been the single person, I think Doom was just made by John Romero originally, so I don't know if he would really remember anything like that, but it would be interesting to let people who are close to retirement do an easier task of a director's commentary instead of just struggling to still be the person in charge making new games. Tim Sweeney from Double Fine is kind of a great example of somebody who could be sidelined and given the task of making a director's commentary instead of being in charge of Double Fine. And I feel like he probably will be sidelined one way or another fairly quickly now that Double Fine's been acquired by Microsoft. Legend of Link, Link's Awakening, missed Mortal Kombat 2, missed all of those relevant enough to deserve commentary. Mist is something that's been talked about a lot, so it would be fairly easy to put a commentary in it, and I'm not sure that at least one version of Mist hasn't had a commentary in it. Same in Max Hit the Road. Much like Shadow Man, based on a comic book, so if you wanted to bring in a comic book creator and have them put some commentary on it. But then you get into like Secret of Mana, which would be a JRPG. It would be very long, so you could maybe have a 2-hour featurette, but not a full running commentary. A lot of these Nintendo games would require Nintendo to allow their employees to talk to somebody and make those commentaries, and I don't think Nintendo would do it. A lot of these of the first generation of games wouldn't even credit people who worked on the game, so the idea of giving them even more credit is kind of out of the question. Command and Conquer commentary certainly is relevant enough, and it's a silly enough with its full motion video content that would make some sense.
Train harder. A flurry of droplets. Train harder. A flurry of droplets.
Now I feel like crying.
I am a prisoner. of
Let's
this
see.
world's whims.
Duke Nukem 3D probably does have a commentary, and it's probably what's doing it. But then, like, you look at Pokemon Red and Blue, I don't know if there's really any commentary to make there. It's Pokemon Red and Blue is a very generic JRPG for kids, or like Resident Evil 1. There might be something new to say there, but it's not. Maybe not really. Mario 64 broke the mold in a lot of ways, so there probably should be a commentary there. Tomb Raider, but then Wave Race 64. I mean, I like the game. I don't think I would want to hear commentary. Some of the Castlevania games probably wouldn't have a lot to say. Diablo. The story in Diablo was crammed in at the last second and really not that thought out, so the actual director would have to talk a lot more about programming. I think that is what would happen if there was a increased push in commentary tracks, is that you would hear a lot of people talking about programming and stuff that is not particularly interesting to your average layman versus people getting commentary about the writing and storying. Speaking of writing, this is a side note. One of my favorite sci-fi shows, Babylon 5, is in active development, which doesn't mean it's ever going to come out or anything like that, or being rebooted, remade on the CW. Now, inherently, this fills me with a massive amount of dread, because I can only assume what the CW is going to do is what it has done in the past. So, the original Babylon 5 was a group of aliens getting together, forming kind of a UN on a orbiting space platform. And then they were all adults. They were all kind of either diplomats or military, and they were all fairly serious. I think a massive amount of the things that made Babylon 5 work was the actors, but also, to mention directors, J. Michael Straczynski, who also has made some comic books, DC or Marvel comic books. I'm not sure what he really worked on off the top of my head. He basically planned out and had notes for every single episode, and Babylon 5, more than pretty much any other series, had a plan of 5 seasons and had a narrative and a connecting story. There is maybe one in the 5 seasons of Babylon 5. maybe one episode that you can skip. The rest of them are very important, very connected. They are telling a universe-wide story, or a galaxy-wide story at least. And everything matters. Nothing is just a one-off or procedural thing. What I am filled with dread is if the CW is going to bring it back, they're going to make all the characters younger, which is not going to really work for the narrative. They may make them slightly younger, and that would be all right. But if they start to make somebody who was supposed to be a high-level captain, general, or a high-level diplomat for an entire planet, somebody who is supposed to be in their 40s or 50s and really work their way up, if they turn those into 20-year-olds, that doesn't work. It's going to be really ridiculous. But also, I think there's a high chance that CW will change and interfere and get rid of the writers, which I don't know how you remake Babylon 5 without it actually being almost a shot-for-shot remake of Babylon 5. Like, I don't think you can do anything else. I think every single episode has to be that. I feel like CW may try and put in some SJW woke concepts, and so all of a sudden Captain Sheridan is going to be a woman, and then that is going to change the story drastically. Maybe not enough that it really matters, but yeah, there's all kinds of things that could be added. I think even J. Michael Straczynski, who is kind of a lunatic in himself, will probably mess up any idea as far as remaking Babylon 5. You would probably do better making Babylon 5 as a cartoon. That way you could just take the voice acting and focus on that and put in better CG. Babylon 5 was one of the first TV series to use computer graphics at all, and so while it looked amazing at the time, it looks like garbage now. Also, Babylon 5 basically was ripped off by Star Trek for Deep Space Nine, and Deep Space Nine definitely goes in a very different direction, and I don't think a particularly good direction. But it had that Star Trek behind it, and Babylon 5 was being put on TNT or TBS, whereas Deep Space Nine was one of the main over-the-air broadcast channels of CBS, I assume. So the good news, though, is this Babylon 5 remake that's in active development will probably never happen. But I did want to talk about it. Yeah, going back to this list of just games that I might want commentary on. It is an interesting thought, but I think it is an idea that for most people falls down fairly quickly. Grim Fandango, for instance, probably would benefit from a director's commentary if it doesn't have one. A lot of these may. Fallout 1 and 2 might have it, but then the people that worked on Fallout 1 and 2 aren't really the people that own Fallout now, so you would have to bring in people that don't even work for you to retroactively add commentary. Covering something like Resident Evil 2 might make more commentary just because then you can lean on the fact that Resident Evil 1 was well received and talk about 1 and 2. EverQuest it'd be really hard to have any commentary on something that's an MMORPG. Quake 3 Arena, really hard to make a commentary on something that's just a first-person shooter. System Shock, definitely, with the remakes, could use director's commentary. Deus Ex can use director's commentary. I think it actually has it. But yeah, again, hard to say Diablo. Diablo 2 would make sense. Jet Set Radio could make sense. Any Zelda game, it makes sense. The Thief games, it makes sense. But Advance Wars, probably not. Devil May Cry, okay. A lot of these definitely get back to the translation issue, but you have to ignore that. Final Fantasy games, sure, they could have director's commentary, but that's just going to make them even longer. Racing games, no. Halo 1, yes. Eco, sure. That definitely is a more artsy game, so it would make sense. But then Ikaruga, very impactful shoot 'em up, certainly, but it'd be hard to make commentary on it. Rez, yes, it is a shoot 'em up too, but I think it is probably something that is more artsy than Ikaruga is. Smash Brothers would be kind of hard to talk about. Metroid Prime as a series, sure. Director's commentary would make sense, but we're struggling at this point to even get Metroid Prime remastered and released. The Tom Clancy Splinter Cell games, sure, definitely, but EA is not really, Ubisoft is not really focusing on any of the old Splinter Cell games. They are instead focusing on things that have Tom Clancy-like gameplay visuals, but really aren't anywhere close to Tom Clancy's original stories. Beyond Good and Evil, yes, but if you put out any kind of director's content on Beyond Good and Evil 1, then you have to just admit that you weren't ever actually working on Beyond Good and Evil 2. All these Star Wars games could and would sell with commentary added. Half-Life 2, I'm sure they probably do have commentary. World of Warcraft, again, hard to put commentary on that. God of War, I don't know if there would be much of a commentary there. It's like, we put in this sex game into God of War, and it otherwise is just a button mashing hack and slash game that is fairly generic and only sold because it was being edgy. Guitar Hero, I don't know if there's much commentary you can say. We translated a bunch of music. Psychonauts, I might be willing to listen to the commentary on Psychonauts, but I found Psychonauts pretty bad. Resident Evil 4 definitely needs commentary at that point, as Shadow of Colossus makes sense. Elder Scrolls, though, like Oblivion and Skyrim, I don't think there's much commentary you can do there. Hitman games, yeah, maybe. Okami's, again, a very artsy one, so the more they feel like art and the less they feel like a generic game, it makes more sense in my mind. Wii Sports, though, yeah. Hugely impactful game. Impossible to put commentary on that. Bioshock does have commentary. God of War 2, Halo 3, Mass Effect, Portal, Super Mario Galaxy. I think Braid doesn't have commentary on it, but should have commentary on it. But I also think the creator of Braid really doesn't want to put any commentary on it. And I think that might be the case for a lot of games. Dead Space 1. Yeah, I could definitely see a great reason to play Dead Space 1 and 2 and heck even maybe 3 a second time, and if there were commentary nodes in it throughout the entire game. But then you get to like Fallout 3, and I think Fallout 3 might actually have commentary in it. It's kind of hard though to think you're going to get a lot of comments though for such a massive open world game that Fallout 3 is. It really is mostly Valve games that do that. Valve was trying to sell itself as the artist's producer, the place where you go if you really want to work on something that is art more than a product. And if anything, Valve has proven itself to be the artist paradise in the sense that artists are sitting around not actually producing anything. And to get back to our game's art argument a little bit, at certain points they aren't, because the audience demands actual completion and creation, whereas most painters of previous centuries would paint non-stop and never sell any of their paintings, and then they were only discovered after their death for the most part. If you had Picasso selling a painting every single week and becoming incredibly rich, I think Picasso would eventually get lax on his productivity and stop making as many pieces as he did. Angry Birds, you really can't say much there. Batman Arkham Asylum, maybe it does have commentary on it. A lot of the commentary is pretty bad that I have seen too. Bayonetta deserves commentary. Dragon Age Origins probably deserves commentary. Limbo deserves commentary. I would say Red Dead probably does too. Super Meat Boy could have commentary on it. I don't know if that really helps much. I just finished playing Arkham City. I don't think you really would have benefited much by having commentary in Arkham City, because the problem I felt Arkham City had is it didn't have enough story in it in the first place. So I think a lot of people would complain if there was commentary in the game and then they felt like the game was missing stuff. There's maybe some commentary you could talk about Minecraft, but it would have to be fairly limited to like the alpha version of Minecraft. Dishonored could use commentary. Journey, really, I think Journey may have gotten some commentary around it, but it's kind of hard to have commentary on a game that's designed not to have commentary. And even the Telltale games like The Walking Dead definitely could have had commentary on them. Last of Us could have had commentary on it. Destiny barely has any story though. Bloodborne, barely any story. The Witcher series, I think you could have some commentary there. Overwatch, no. Zelda. And this stops at like 2017. So, yeah. Going through this list, there's several games that if you wanted to put commentary on them, it would make sense. Killer 7 is like another Japanese Suda 51 game, or Deadly Premonition is another game that a director's commentary would really make sense there. But yeah, for the most part, I think there's just a lot of limiting factors to that idea. And the vast majority of people that watch movies don't watch director's commentary anyways.
Like the moon on the water.
There is the myth that anybody can be a director and anybody can make movies. That is something also that, like, the 8mm era of being able to relatively buy. Well, I am not getting anywhere, so I'm going to go back and move on. Like, we didn't beat this guy. We can try Leon once, and then I think it is probably way more worth your time to just be playing ranked games and trying to get victories there, instead of doing the single player stuff. And to get the single player victories, I imagine you just should play the first level easy character. But yeah, arguably, I would say I want more easy modes in games so more people see the content. Then I would want more content like a director's commentary to wrap up this long conversation. As much as people complain about video game journalists who should be competent playing games anyways, and should not be using or playing an easy mode because it colors their opinion on whether a game is frustrating or not. For the end user, and the end user only, for the actual game players out there, I would much prefer the games to bend over backwards to find ways to make sure that people actually finish the games and see the full story. And to try to eliminate any frustration points and try and eliminate anything that would be a barrier to finishing a game. Like one of the games I recently played called Fingered has that exact problem where it's just too frustrating to try and get 20 guesses right in a row without making any mistake to win, and that there's no assistance really or no help there. So for most players, including me, you just aren't going to make it to the ending, and if you did make it to the ending, you've then seen 100% of the content, so that at that point there would be very little reason to listen to commentary. Although I think since Fingered is trying to make a social commentary more than most games, there might be a reason to want to listen to some commentary in that case. That was a bad example. They've introduced this new idea of stacking, so now you can take earth runes or earth sigils, and if you had like 4 earth sigils and you played this card, it would destroy the other earth sigils and stack it onto one in Shadowverse. So that's something new.
Green and blue, the perfect mix.
So yeah, and that's gonna free up some things. All right, let's continue with the news. The Kratos actor claims his injury caused the God of War Ragnarok's delay. So he had to rehabilitate after surgery. I'd like to know what his injury was, whether it was back surgery, both hips replaced, and knee surgery. Okay, so he would have been in massive amounts of pain and on probably drugs. And usually if you're in surgery and you've been intubated and they put a tube down your throat, that also tends to mess with your voice quite a bit for a long time.
Corpses come in every shade imaginable.
Let's see. Yeah, and to have that much surgery, that's major problems. Like lower back surgery, both hips replaced, and knee surgery. That, to me, that feels like he was in some kind of major car accident. Like that's the only thing I could see, unless he just has some degenerative disease that like both would break his back, both hips, and knee surgery. He could also just be a fairly old person, but even at that, doing that many surgeries in a row tends to be quite a lot. If anything, this might highlight if the voice actor for Kratos is too old or too unhealthy to be the voice actor. It might highlight just how the entirety of God of War as a series has hit a level of being so decrepit that it might be time to reboot the series, and I think that is kind of what they're trying to do in part.
Or is it?
is I think we are going to fairly quickly, by the end of this trilogy, see this as the new God of War and the old Kratos being eliminated. But even if that is the case, there is definitely a question as far as after you after you've defeated the Viking gods, where do you go with that? You have the Greek gods, the Viking gods. You either have to do a full-on reboot at that point, or you've got to start going against like monotheistic religions, because polytheistic religions are going to pretty much not exist. Yeah, they should have gone back in time, and I think that is what you're going to have is a time mechanic where he gets thrown back into ancient Babylonian times, and you're fighting polytheistic gods there.
Bow before Dark Dragoon, ruler of the
Moving on,
skies.
Scarlet Nexus is coming to Xbox Game Pass today.
Prove to me your
This
worth.
was the Vampire Dark Souls game, I think. Yeah, right? I'm not sure if this is the game I'm thinking of or not. I think it is, but this looks like completely different art style. No, I'm not sure this is the game I'm thinking of. But yeah, whatever Scarlet Nexus is, it's coming to Xbox Game Pass, and this is just continued announcements from the Tokyo Game Show. Take-Two, according to Video Game Chronicles, has suggested the Xbox Game Pass may now have 30 million subscribers. And this is kind of just a number being made up from what I've heard. Microsoft's last official update pegged the subscribers at 18 million. Yeah, it would be kind of crazy to think that they've gained another 12 million since the last update. I think it is made up. I wouldn't be surprised if it is over 20 million, but at a certain point, this might just be a straight up reverse troll insult, because it was done in an interview where the CEO Straussen Zelnick asked him it in public, almost as a jab. It's like, you've got 30 million subscribers, right? To then force either Phil Spencer to tell Take-Two some information publicly that he shouldn't tell him, or to just embarrass him and make him say a lower number. Like, think of the scenario if I went to somebody and said, you've got $1 million in the bank, right? And they have to come back and go, no, actually, I only have $5 in the bank. That would be incredibly humbling and insulting, while not looking like you were intentionally trying to insult somebody. I wouldn't be surprised if that is exactly what he was trying to do. It's important to remember that most high-level managers and executives are incredibly backstabby, narcissistic, insulting, rude people that have to put on this face of being professional and nice to each other. So it is very much high school level stuff that is often done, and we fortunately don't have to see too much of that in public, because they at least pretend to be civil people in public most of the time, but behind closed doors, there's a lot of yelling and screaming and just childishness. Moving on, Konami's free-to-play eFootball is already the worst-rated Steam game in history. Players are heavily criticizing the Pro Evolution Soccer successor's player likeness and animations. So, apparently this guy is supposed to look like this guy, and yeah, that does look pretty bad. Yeah, people don't seem to be happy about it, and it doesn't seem to be, at least according to Video Games Chronicle here, for anything other than just quality reasons. Almost certainly, though, Konami is going to try and pull the, oh, they're review bombing us argument, like, which has just become the standard fare of claiming you're being review bombed, no matter how relevant the arguments are the criticisms are. Moving on, Video Game Chronicle says the Twisted Metal director is, quote, pissed off by revival news. Quote, Sony should have called. David Jaffe calls the series revival report hurtful, but offers his support. Yeah, I don't think people want to do business with David Jaffe. I should do some research at this moment to find out why that is. Let's see. David Jaffe. What is the controversy around him?
My trial. Prove to me your worth.
He is director of Twisted Metal series. If anything, the fact that he's not even being contacted in regards to the revival of Twisted Metal as the director, that shows you how little directors matter to the people that own the intellectual properties.
I'll get production up and running.
Let's see. He left a company called Eat Sleep Play on February of 2012 due to creative differences. He left Sony Computer Entertainment to found Eat Sleep Play in 2007. So Sony doesn't want to work with him. Eat Sleep Play doesn't want to work with him. He announced a new studio called the Bartlett Jones Super Detective Agency. His first project would be Drawn to Death, which came out as a PlayStation 4 exclusive, so he's still making PlayStation games. He got mixed reviews, and then the company was shut down. He live streams his show Gaben Plus Games, formerly the Jaffe Stream, on Twitch and YouTube. Yeah, so he's been ostracized. Although it doesn't seem like there's a specific reason. It might be that he came out as being a Republican, and it might literally just be politics. It might be he came out against something else. Let me just see if I can add the word controversy. Okay, well, let's see. In 2021, there's an article here. His PlayStation account was temporarily suspended over a lesbian joke. Game designer uploaded a clip of Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart on YouTube titled Rivet, a lesbian question, I'm calling it now. He revealed Kratos as bisexual, revealing this is a lie. Seems to be kind of just angry at criticism in general. And see, you would think he would be involved with the God of War reboot, and he just isn't. So yeah, people don't seem to like him. And he probably just rubs the people the wrong way from what I can tell. And yeah. Video game development and publishing is very much a well, I want to say boys club, but that's not what I mean to say. That's not the right word to use in this case. It is a boys club, but it is a group, it is a clique, it is a group of friends, or people at least pretending to be friends. And if you are in the out group, if you are not in line with how people think and act and talk, you quickly get ostracized and never get included or get work again. Moving on, a new Ghost of Tsushima's director's cut patch makes a tricky trophy easier to track, which, okay, I haven't gotten around to Ghost of Tsushima. It does have a director's cut, and we are definitely seeing a lot more director's cuts, as in this is the better version of the game, because the first version we sold you wasn't a good version of the game. Then we are getting director's commentaries, and that is the right choice, certainly, is to have better versions of the game that people will actually play and experience versus adding new content. And generally speaking, most of the time when there's a movie with a director's cut, the director's cut is the better version of the movie. To the point where it's almost always worth it to only watch the director's cut of a movie and not potentially think about watching both versions. And usually there's so little change. It's hard to even, like, Blade Runner has like 5 different cuts you can watch. And even though there's more than most as far as changes in the different cuts, it's really hard to potentially watch one version of Blade Runner next to the next version of Blade Runner and be able to tell the difference, unless you've literally got 2 TVs side by side and you're playing them at the same time. Moving on, next week's free Epic game title has been announced. PC Building Simulator will replace Europa Universalis 4, which is currently free to download. I'm not sure I'm getting all of these free Epic game stores. The PC Building Simulator, unfortunately, never really got enough polish for my liking. I really expected it to go in better directions and have more happen. Okay, get this.
The line.
Twitch will let viewers pay to advertise their favorite streamers. The new Beast feature will charge viewers real money to increase the streamer's presence on the site. I think this is an interesting idea that will be implemented probably awfully on Twitch. Because at a certain point, how are you boosting something on the site? How often on Twitch, and I'm asking this almost as a legitimate question because I don't know. How often on Twitch, though, do you see a advertisement for another Twitch stream? I don't think it happens often, if ever. So the only way that I know for a fact you get promoted or shown on Twitch is you have to go to the main page, and then you either see the trending tab or the game specific tab. And usually the game specific tab would show the person with the most viewers in the #1 spot. If people are paying, does that potentially put you in the #1 spot even if you have fewer viewers? Arguably, it probably wouldn't change much of anything because the people with the most viewers could probably just outspend any boost promotion ideas. Twitch has no promotion for old content. I am almost 100% certain of that, so yeah. I just don't think this could be implemented well. Whereas if you were to take the exact same idea and apply it to YouTube, YouTube has the whole recommendation algorithm after the fact, and YouTube is pushing people to make 20-minute videos instead of Twitch pushing people to make 8-hour-long live streams. So you could potentially have that boost happen there. And I do like that idea because it is kind of stupid for me to say, hey, support me on Patreon, and then give 30% of the money to Patreon, then have to take that remaining 70% and potentially put it into trying to promote my YouTube videos, which you can't even do. It also certainly, the idea that people could boost the content on Twitch compromises the content on Twitch and the algorithm in Twitch as far as its recommendation algorithm for whatever that is. But yeah, it probably would save some money. It would probably save 30% of the remaining 70% if people could just say, hey, I like this guy, I want to boost this guy. Although, arguably, friending me on Steam and gifting me a game probably helps me a lot more financially. But, yeah, I think YouTube could implement something like that a little bit better, although they run into the risk of compromising their algorithm. And it takes power away from YouTube, and YouTube is obviously, you would be pretty stupid to not see it at this point. They are obviously trying to create a system in which they can curate what is presented to people and control the minds and the thinking patterns of people. YouTube just had a major purge of any vaccine related footage at all. It's supposed to be all vaccine denial, but it's going to pretty much just be anybody who talks about the vaccines at all. So yeah, I think this is kind of one of those schemes that isn't too far away from, oops, that's not the card I meant to play. I think it's one of these schemes that really isn't too far away from what you would see in the scam auction sites that maybe on the face of them aren't 100% scams, but in reality really are 100% scams, because you can buy a certain number like boosted bids, and the auctions will just continuously get longer and add more time to the time the more bidding is happening. So what looks like getting a TV for $1 in almost every scenario for almost every person using this site would be either losing money because you have to pay to make the bids, or you're losing money because you end up paying slightly more or just the average price for a TV. Like inevitably the idea of Twitch letting people boost things is just going to have a lot of Twitch streamers saying, hey, I need you to boost my content, otherwise I'm gonna stop doing this hot tub stream. And we're still gonna just see a lot of Twitch thoughts controlling the way that the site goes.
You were done for.
And these ads, there really is a question as far as what the ads would look like to boost a stream or promote a streamer. So I'll be interested to see how that really gets implemented, but only slightly because I'm not really that interested in Twitch. Moving on, the Game Awards 2021 will be an in-person event this December in the Microsoft Theater in Los Angeles. Okay. In-person event, maybe limited number of people still. And I bet there's a decent chance that we'll get more announcements about Microsoft games than normal this year at the Game Awards. Alright.
I'm already a proper lady, you know.
Video Game Chronicles says the PlayStation 5's first 8K game, 60 frames per second, has arrived, but the console doesn't yet support 8K output. I don't know if this is just straight up a lie from this game developer. Yeah, all he's saying is the game renders at a native 8K, then it is downsampled to a 4K image. Which, for this blocky, voxel-based art style, that really isn't... that really isn't as hard as it would be if it was hyper-realistic, mini polygon art styles. And yeah, you look at a game like this and you say, oh, this is 8K 60 frames per second, and I just shrugged my shoulders at that. I was like, okay, you can tell me that. It still looks like a Minecraft ripoff. It still doesn't look particularly interesting. Like, I'm not so obsessed with numbers that I'd just play any game that claims to have that high resolution. We got a ton of Gamatsu articles. Blue Reflection Second Light demo for PS4 and Switch is now available in Japan. SNK Capcom The Match of the Millennium is now available for PC. This is a Neo Geo Pocket Color game. I want to actually see what this trailer looks like. Yeah. Neo Geo Pocket Color is I believe the Neo Geo Pocket played Neo Geo games, which was a console originally. So, I think it's the same games. So there might be a slight reason to put this on the follow list, just for historical reasons, but also feel like there is a decent chance that you should just skip something like this because it's a little too expensive and it's not really that relevant. It's not something you're likely to play. It is just being emulated. And that I think everybody needs to take a little bit of a cautious step towards paying for emulated games, in the sense that
I bring unto you
they tend to not really be
Surpass my trial. Prove to me your worth.
worth your time or worth the money. Let's see, the Neo Geo Pocket Color Selection Volume 1 Steam Edition is also available. And this seems to be
Up and running.
several games. SNK Gal Fighters, Samurai Showdown, King of Fighters, Last Blade Beyond Destiny, Fatal Fury, First Contact, Metal Slug Mission 1, Metal Slug Second Mission, Dark Arms, Beast Buster, Crush Roller, and Big Tournament Golf. So, yeah. SNK is getting into emulating and re-releasing old games. And always, even when you make a collection like this, it just kind of highlights how the a significant majority of old games really don't have any relevancy, and there's really no reason to play them. A game called RPG Time: The Legend of Right has a Tokyo Game Show online trailer and screenshot. This looks interesting. It's kind of a Paper Mario concept. I feel like this had been teased before. And we're still saying it's coming in winter. It's a little too close to winter for you to not have an actual release date. Yeah. I remember this game was teased and it did look interesting, but I am not sure if there really is a game here or if it isn't something closer to a WarioWare experience. And it might just be that this is a Japanese take on WarioWare, which WarioWare is a Japanese game too, but it may very well be just a non-Nintendo take on mini games.
You'll find gizmos like this every millennium.
Let's see. The Chocobo GP has online previews, gameplay, and screenshots. This is the Final Fantasy Mario Kart clone, which, yeah, I'm excited to see some reviews on that. RPG Golf Legends has an online trailer and screenshots, which I assume this is a sequel to RPG Golf. Which I guess the question would become, is RPG Golf on Steam? Yes. But it's mixed reviewed with only 27 reviews. So, yeah. That's why it's not on the follow list. It's that it's been out for 3 years. Very little people played it. Maybe RPG Golf Legends can maybe convince more people to play the original game. And then maybe at some point there might be an argument towards potentially going further down that investigation path.
You'll find gizmos like this every millennium.
But yeah, at the first appearance, it only looks slightly improved visually. Ninja Isin has online trailer and screenshots. I guess they're just gonna call everything online trailers now. I think it's kind of unnecessary to call something an online trailer. If you're online and you're looking at a trailer, it's an online trailer. Very rarely, even in the past decade, has there been a case where a trailer has been released specifically for TV or some other media form. This looks like the beginnings of something that might be interesting. Could also be a little too hectic for my taste. But yeah, it doesn't look awful. This might take hyper action and combo to a level where it really works. Okay. I did this and this. Could I do anything? I think what you do is you just play this.
All of you.
Here we have a game on Steam called Clan of Death, which looks like nothing. $3.79, English only. Yeah. If I was being a little bit more lenient, I might be a little bit more lenient to this, but this is also online PvP, so I can just ignore it. King of Fighters 98 Ultimate March Final Edition for PC is going to add rollback netcode this winter, which that's very little to announce in the middle of Tokyo Game Show. King of Fighters 15 Isla trailer and screenshots. I guess maybe what they were just talking about King of Fighters games in general. And so I guess King of Fighters 15 is slowly working towards coming out. I'll say her coat is fairly wide, so it kind of makes the hitbox of the character feel fairly wide, and the hips of the character feel fairly wide. The other character here also has kind of a weird cape. I kind of feel like fighting characters should have their clothing be a little bit more tight to show off muscles, and it doesn't seem like that's happening. Oh, I guess the good news is, at least to my knowledge, I was able to show quite a lot of Nintendo Direct presentations the last stream, I believe, and did not get any content ID claims as far as I know. But also, I don't pay attention to a lot of that, so if you told me I had gotten them and just not noticed it, I would believe you. I should actually go and check. Let's see. Crimson Clover World Explosion is coming to PC on December. It looks to me like it's probably a shoot 'em up game. Yep. It is a shoot 'em up game. So I'll leave it at that. Sherlock Holmes Chapter 1 has a combat trailer, which they didn't actually link to or show. Interesting. They're just linking directly to a YouTube thing. Yeah, I don't know why they wouldn't just embed it. This is the new Sherlock Holmes with a younger Sherlock Holmes, more kind of action-based Sherlock Holmes. I think they are working towards having a more interesting type of game that is something closer to Uncharted than maybe your standard point and click game. I wouldn't be surprised though, even at this, if most environments are fairly empty or fairly small. But yeah, they are just straight up getting into first person shooting with a Sherlock Holmes game. I can't just immediately dismiss that idea. Like, it is not insane to put first-person shooting combined with any kind of gameplay mechanic, because every single game that has existed has pretty much succeeded around that idea of being a... like, what am I trying to say? Nearly every game, not every game, but nearly every game works better when it has first-person shooting in it. I'm playing Shadowhand, and that's a game that's a solitaire game, and even in that case, the element of having a dueling feature with swordplay and shooting does make it a better experience compared to just generally playing a solitaire game, in my opinion at least. Maybe hardcore solitaire fans won't like Shadowhand. That's a very good possibility, but I already mentioned this game earlier. A new Layers of Fear project has been announced. It's due out in 2022. I did like the DLC of Layers of Fear that was like the daughter. I think there was a lot more story put into that, whereas it was more of just a walking simulator with jump scares more than anything else in the original game. It's going to be kind of weird though to potentially have another Layers of Fear where you're going to have another Layers of Fear game where it kind of felt like you were trapped in a mental hell, and you had already kind of died in the first game. That's what I had kind of had believed, is that this was a case of him being trapped in hell and reliving his crimes over and over again and reliving in his own insanity. Now, one assumes that it is the same character. And not just another character. Okay.
Emergency mode. Activate. Enemy identified.
Moving on, Gungrave Gore has a gameplay reveal and extended cinematic trailer, which I guess the gameplay reveal would be the thing that would interest me, because we know Gungrave is going to be this like hyper gory anime inspired based on the anime Gungrave. We'd already seen this trailer of the guy shooting people and twisting their neck around. Like, I'm not sure if this isn't going to be a lot of cutscenes. Like, the actual gameplay does seem to be more of a just high action shooter experience. Which, yeah. You know what it really feels like? Is it feels like Bayonetta with the gun element only and not the kicking and punching element as much. Although it seems like there might be a little bit of punching. Yeah, maybe that would work, to have something that is a Bayonetta that isn't Bayonetta and isn't being trapped in the Nintendo ecosystem.
0% fluff.
Everything was a lie.
Let's see. Get that.
We'll cut you down.
Evolve here.
Accept harmony.
This guy is just too tough. This needs to be the last time we try Leon. We've tried every deck we have, and we've just got nothing that can hold a candle to him. Earth Defense Forces 6 was delayed, but they do have online gameplay as an announcement, which several different character classes to show off here in different trailers, if that interests you. See, the biggest problem here is we've spent like 2.5 hours trying to beat the expert and the regular guy, when we could have just been grinding a little bit more on playing the beginner class character, or even better, I could have been just playing ranked and not paying attention and hoping for a quick disconnect. Let's see, you want these card packs, I guess, and you want to see his globe, I guess. Guess maybe you want the flare and the sleeve. So you do want to grind out on all of that stuff, but it's fairly annoying. Gamatsu has the Kogado Studio announcing a rhythm adventure game called Star Melody Yumimi Dreamer for the PS4, Switch, and PC, due out this fall. Do we have any kind of trailer to show us a bit of an idea of what it's going to look like? Anime girls in the trailers, and then very possibly just flat characters in your standard visual novel depiction. And then it's a rhythm game against monsters and kind of a dungeon crawler RPG element. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think there's something there I'd want to play. And then it seems like it has a whole nother rhythm sequence that I'm not sure is something I want to play. But this really feels like something that would have been connected to like a kid's anime in Japan, but I don't think there is anything like that. It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird the publisher is not part of some kind of production company trying to make an anime to cross promote it. So it probably is going to fail. Although I'm not sure that even having a Japanese production company promote something like that is really going to make it succeed. It's been a long time since I've heard about any like new kids anime in Japan really sounding catching people's attention. And I just don't think kids are watching cartoons. And see, by the time this stream is done, all the daily quests are gonna be reset. And that's annoying. But whatever. We still have more reason to do this and come over here and just focus on like something like this than anything else. AI the Somnium files is now available for Xbox One and Games Pass and Windows 10, also available on Games Pass. This is
Bow before Dark Dragoon, ruler of the skies.
weird because it was already on Steam since 2019. I thought it was. So now they're just adding it to the Microsoft Store, and I guess that's what they need to start differentiating and saying it's available for Windows 10, as if Windows 10 can only install things from the Microsoft Store. That is absolutely untrue. It's not like an Apple product where it's a gated garden, walled garden experience. I thought this game was received poorly, but no, it was received very positively. I think there is maybe a spiritual successor element here, where this game is a sequel to something else. The Team Zero Escape bundle is being bundled, so yeah. I would need to finish Zero Time Dilemma first before playing this, but I don't know if this game really connects at all to the Zero Escape series. It probably doesn't. Let's see, Yuri Kill the Culmination Games is going to be published by NIS America in the West, and I guess that's news, although this game has milked every teaser and announcement so much that it's kind of begrudging to even have to announce that. Grand Theft Auto, the trilogy, the definitive edition, has been rated in Korea. This still, I believe, is GTA 2. No, it's GTA 3, Vice City, and San Andreas, not 1 and 2, which I think the code for 1 and 2 probably has been lost if I was to randomly guess, or it's just too old of a game. Monster Hunter Rise PC version launches on January 12th, 2022. Ghosts and Goblins Resurrection and Sonic the Hedgehog collaborations have been announced. Check that out if you're interested, from Gamatsu. Scarlet Nexus, we already talked about this. A DLC called Bond Enhancement Pack 1 has also been announced. Yeah, Scarlet Nexus is a different game from the one I was thinking about. Too many games that are dark and red that look like vampire stories. I think we'd already talked about this, but Sony Interactive Entertainment has acquired Blue Point Games. Apparently this was announced and then just I think Sony Europe accidentally announced it like a month ago, and then they just kind of retracted it or didn't say anything about it. But the studio behind Shadow of the Colossus and the Demon Souls remakes does feel like more of a Japanese company, so it really may be a case that we just see Sony go full circle, firing all of the original Sony employees to replace them with different Sony Japanese employees.
More jewels, more.
You have summoned the blade of purgation here.
Raise the price.
Let's see. But Blue Point is actually an Austin, Texas based thing, actually, when I scroll down here. So, yeah. It still is fitting with the narrative that I believe is happening, that Sony of California, now in charge, has allowed all the Japanese employees to be fired, and now they're hiring the
There's a lot more where that came from.
Texas employees, which I bet the unions in Texas, if there are any unions in Texas,
I'll see you.
are not anywhere as strong as the unions that surprisingly actually do exist in Japan. Like post World War II, the United States established a second Bill of Rights, basically, that was trying to be that the president at the time of the United States was trying to establish in the United States, which gave a lot more like employee protections, and is one of the major pieces of legislature that is still bemoaned to this day, as had it actually been passed, it would have probably severely strengthened the United States employment situation, but it may have in the short term hurt rich people making money.
Time to dance for your life.
I don't want to get into an economics rant, we're already going late.
Victory is a testament to your strength.
Let's see, moving on. Magician's Dead Force of the Soul launches spring of 2022 in Japan. This is a brand new game as far as I can tell. And there's a lot of flashing and jumping here. Seems to be a run and gun magic game. The animation doesn't look amazingly great. And yeah, companies behind it I don't recognize. So either this is going to be a breakout hit or this is going to be kind of nothing. But I'm glad to see things like this announced at the very least, because it does highlight a gap in announcements we've been seeing, certainly, as there's just been very, very little Japanese announcements of in games, even single A games and double A games, that they're either just getting shoveled out onto Steam, and usually it's not even Japanese games that are getting shoveled out onto Steam, or they're just not happening at all. It's just hard to say Japan is back to its previous output. They're still heavily, I think, affected by COVID, as everyone else is, and they're still not really doing business as much as they were in the past.
Allow me to bestow a crimson kiss.
Alright, moving on, Yu-Gi-Oh! Masters Duel launches this winter, which will be for the PS5, PS4, Xbox Series, Xbox One, Switch, PC via Steam, iOS, and Android. And see, this is going to put me in a weird position. Certainly, this is an hour-long presentation of a lot of different things. This is like the full presentation. It's going to put me in a weird position, certainly, because I will probably want to play the Pokemon game and the Yu-Gi-Oh! Game, and they'll both be out at about the same time, and so I want to get in on day one of one of those and get away from Shadowverse. if I can.
Begin.
And it seems like more and more I may just make it an annual thing where I start to just jump from one card game to the next card game if it's until the Ben Brode Second Dinner card game comes out, which still feels like that's taking longer than I'd like it to. Moving on, a game called Dyschronia, a Chronos alternative, has been confirmed for Switch. See if we have a general idea of what this is. It's 21-second teaser. Again, this feels like this might be a very like AA game instead of a AAA game. And you kind of have to assume that too if it's just coming to the Switch. Euden Chronicle Rising has 2 minutes of gameplay. I think we've already seen this game and put it on my radar. It seems to already have a Steam page. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure I actually have seen this game before. These screenshots are just really showing backgrounds and environments, though. There could be some improvement there. Just killing myself.
You have summoned the blade of purgation here.
Dusk Diver 2 for the PS4 and Switch launches February 24th in Japan.
I'll see you
Which,
like a moon on the water's surface.
no video here. I'm not sure what kind of game it is. These new tags. I hate these vertical lines. Like, I can't ever figure out a way to get rid of them because they're not really pictures. Or there's something about them in the HTML that uBlock Origin doesn't want to get rid of them. I guess while I'm here, though, I can say get rid of this. Yeah, we don't care how many comments are on the game. Dusk Diver looks interesting. It looks like it's got a lot of plot going on here, if you know what I mean. In all fairness, well, in these live streams, I do get my eye turned a lot for the lewd imagery and the cleavage and the anime girls. I actually cover incredibly few of those games, or buy incredibly few of those games, because they tend to not be that good. There's very little in most games that to see. It is often just the lowest, cheapest form of advertisement to try and trick people into playing games that are bad. I do appreciate when it's done well. Destiny Child, I think, does do the lewd imagery well, but that is probably the only one game that on a regular basis I would want to play with adult content. Moving on, Mercenaries Rebirth Call of the Wild Lynx has been announced for PS4 and Switch. That's okay. Do we have a trailer for this? Yeah, there is a slight danger, I guess, also, if I was going to play a Pokemon card game as part of the video game news, is that inherently I'm covering adult topics in adult games. And that disconnect might need to be addressed somewhat. Yeah, in some way. Yeah. And I guess that would be somewhat true for Yu-Gi-Oh! Also, and somewhat true for even the Marvel second dinner card game when it comes out. Whereas Hearthstone wasn't particularly designed only for kids, although it is pretty much designed for kids. And Magic the Gathering is definitely not designed for kids, even though it's trying to be somewhat more kid friendly.
If I turned tail and ran, there wouldn't be a dragon.
Moving on, Gamatsu has Magatsu Bari, or Barai, first details and screenshots, which, you know, what kind of game is this? I don't know, it's coming out for the Switch. It's tagged as a visual novel. And, yeah, none of these screenshots really is showing any gameplay, or it's just showing characters. Mario Party Superstars has an overview trailer, which, okay. I don't think we really need to look at the video for Mario Party Superstars. Either you're in to play a Mario Party game or you're out.
My raging flames have got your back. That twig won't do a thing.
You're on.
The Famitsu sales have been updated. Lost Judgment opens at 145,000 retail copies. In the #1 spot for PS4, followed by Dragon Ball Z Kakarot, way lower at 42,000. If anything, this just really shows, well, this is a new release of Dragon Ball Z with new Power Awakened set. This kind of shows how slow sales have been lately in Japan, more than anything. These numbers are pretty atrocious. We may be past the point of like Golden Week or any other time when you would buy a gift for somebody.
My heart is a guarded pearl. Did someone see me?
That twig won't do a thing.
Overflow is active. Let's see, Darius Cosmic Collection Arcade coming to PC this fall. G Darius this winter. I believe these are probably old games being re-released. Let's see. Let's check out the Steam page. Yep, shoot 'em up games that seem like they're maybe a little bit more widescreen, that you could play them that way. Seems like you're fighting mechanical fish.
You're a fiery one.
Yeah, I think I'd wait until this comes out and then maybe put it on the fall list, but probably still just dismiss it for being a shoot 'em up game.
Did someone see me? What'll drop first? My bolts or your many pardons?
There we go.
No, thank you.
I should have probably evolved and attacked there, but whatever. Gamatsu has an article here. Taito Milestones has added Quicks, which this clearly looks like a collection of old Taito games that aren't probably worth playing. Little Witch Nobita launches in 2022 and has a trailer. This is that Dark Souls game, except for you're playing as a little anime witch character. And it felt very disconnected in the sense that her as a character artistically did not look in the same universe and in the same animation style as the enemies you were fighting. Now I think they've put some more shading on her. Like, she's no longer just this brightly colorful character. She is more dim and shadowed compared to the other characters in the game. They're introducing a different enemy character. So we're gonna have like boss fights now. Honestly, when this was first shown and off, it felt like it was a vertical slice of a game that was just never gonna really be finished. And now I'm seeing something that actually looks like it is much more of a game. Now, part of the problem I would say here artistically is that they may have put too much fog and just a general filter over everything to get the main character to be less colorful, and now it just kind of feels like everything has a filter of white fog all over it. And so they probably should try and fix that and balance the colors a little bit better. In another way, they could have just had the backgrounds and the worlds, which are probably pre-bought assets. Just bring up the colors there and make them more anime too. But I don't think it is their goal to make a anime looking Dark Souls as much as it is a goal to make a Dark Souls. But yeah, when you look at this picture, you do have that standard bright colorful color palette, and that's just kind of missing. And then this image is also cropping out and showing that there is another girl here and another girl here, which does make it seem like she's either going to be dealing with more people than just random monsters and people in skeleton in armor. Dusk Diver 2 debut trailer, gameplay details and screenshots. Don't think we talked about this before, but it is possible. Certainly. Alright, it's a high action beat 'em up combo thing. Not too far away from Bayonetta, but a little bit more comic booky, with the words showing up on it. I wonder if this isn't too far away from that Gravity game that there was a couple of those on PlayStation where you could invert gravity and fly through the air. Well, this looks interesting, but I probably would have to play Dusk Diver 1 before I played 2. And this is coming to Steam, right? It says PS4, Switch, and PC. So I'd have to figure out if the first one was on Steam also. Square Enix has announced a dungeon exploration RPG called Dungeon Encounters for the PS4, Switch, and PC. Which, yeah. That looks uninteresting. Now look how Gamatsu here now is showing multiple pictures that you can just scroll through without having to go to a separate gallery. So they have improved their website slightly. That being said, they have failed to get this part of their website to scale with the rest of the website. So the picture, if it's stationary, scales fine. If it isn't, it doesn't. And if it's a video, it scales fine. So they still have some work on their new website. Strangers in Paradise Final Fantasy Origin launches March 18th in 2022. Trial version 2 is now available for PS5 and Xbox Series. Strangers in Paradise has characters that are all clad in black, and I don't think I like that generic art style or fashion style. And these screenshots are not looking particularly interesting. And then we still have the age restriction thing. Or you can just watch the Japanese trailer, which is not age restricted. Yep. There might be something to this, but it'd be kind of weird to play a side spin-off Final Fantasy game without covering some of the more important Final Fantasy games. And this really is an example of a game that probably shouldn't have Final Fantasy in the name.
You don't know when to quit.
Echoes of Mana, sorry, I went quiet there for a second. Echoes of Mana launches on spring of 2022.
Check out my fancy footwork.
I guess this might be a continuation of the Secret of Mana series. Although it looks much more like a mobile phone game and much more high action than what you would expect from a Secret of Mana series. And if this is a mobile phone game, I feel like there's a Dragon Quest mobile phone game just about to come out, and I think you'd probably pick that over Echoes of Mana.
If I turned tail and ran, I wouldn't be a dragon. My heart is a garden pearl.
Let's see. Triangle Strategy has an online trailer. It doesn't look like much of anything that would interest me. Looks like another one of these Square Enix Final Fantasy spin-off games.
What is this?
It probably is slightly better because it doesn't have Final Fantasy in the name. Yuden Chronicles Rising adds a Switch version and launches in spring of 2022.
My blade longs for the passionate beat of your heart.
It's not super surprising that we're seeing a lot of JRPGs being announced at the Tokyo Game Show. This one actually looks a little bit more interesting. A, because they're not showing off just a bunch of fights with random encounters against people, and B, because it kind of has almost a Paper Mario art style if Paper Mario was drawn as a more anime style character. You've got a kangaroo with an eye patch. Yeah, and the actual action here, when they finally got around to it, was hack and slash action, which that is way more interesting than something else. Still, a lot of these videos are just showing the whole thing, and that just does not really work. To have to tell somebody to jump to 4810 and start watching from there. The good news is YouTube has now implemented the ability to make clips on at least some websites, some of their videos.
Don't forget to snag some merch.
So we are going to, fairly quickly as people figure out how to make clips, we're going to start seeing people make clips to
This victory is a testament to your strength.
to specific sections of these longer announcement videos. Fatal Frame Maiden in Black Water, True Account, the Truth About Mount Hikami trailer is now available. I don't know if we really need to watch this trailer. Honestly, I don't think I need to see much more about Fatal Frame as a game. Like I know what it is. I know there are some limitations to what it is, and I think this one is a remake and kind of a soft reboot of the series, but I also know that this as a series is something that you have to take it as it is. It is coming out to PC, I guess. So if you're not interested in Asian style inspired things, if you're not interested in games that look a little rough, Fatal Frame is not going to be for you. If you are willing to play that kind of game, then I think you've probably seen more than enough to know whether you're interested or not. Fire Girl Hack and Splash Rescue launches December 14th. This was an interesting looking game where you're playing as a firefighter, I believe. Maybe. Yeah, you're not putting things on fire.
Bow before Dark Dragoon, ruler of the skies.
Bear the past, but
Yep,
seize
this
the
does look
future.
interesting. But I don't know how much of a game actually is here. This may very well be 3 or 4 hours of gameplay. But even at that may be the right amount, because you have a hover gimmick and you have putting out fire gimmicks, and it seems to be breaking things with an axe gimmick. I'm not sure if there's many more gimmicks you can think of. Vampire the Masquerade Swan Song Emma character trailer is out. I don't know if we need a character trailer for every vampire in the Vampire the Masquerade series. The question I have to remind myself is Swan Song the multiplayer game, or is it a different one? That's the question. Because there's like 2 or 3 Vampire the Masquerade games coming out in a row. A Boy and His Blob is coming to the Switch this fall, which would give me, I guess, an argument to playing it on Steam. Boy and His Blob, I think, was originally for the NES, but this is like the remake. Unless I'm thinking of another game that's very similar to that. You feed these pills to Blob, these jelly beans, and he turns into different forms. Yep. And it definitely did not look like this in the NES version. It is kind of a cult favorite game, I guess is the best way you would describe it. It's not particularly well known. Gamatsu says Granzilla chief creator Kazuma Kujo shows off character models for possible new disaster report titles. So, yeah, another disaster report game. Although most of the disaster report games still not available outside of Japan, and thus, for that reason and maybe some other reasons, not super well known or popular. GameDeveloper.com repeats the story. Nintendo says it has, quote, no plans for a 4K Switch as the dev kit rumor circulates. GDC 2022 unveils a new open source game dev and future reality summits. Of course, Game Developer and GDC owned by the same parent company. The EA Chief Financial Officer and Chief... I don't know what a COO is. Chief... something officer. What would the O be? was gonna say accounting officer, but that would be CAO. Don't want to evolve here. Well, whatever COO stands for, Blake Jorgensen has departed after 10 years at EA. This may just be a random retirement in this case. It seems like nobody's mad at anybody or anything like that. It would be almost interesting if we did start to see a high rise in top level executives leaving EA, but I don't know if that really means that EA would get better because of that. I think all the good talent that can make good games has long since left EA. So if all of the top level executives left, the company still would have to go bankrupt and its intellectual properties would have to be sold off at auction to somebody else before there would be a major amount of hope that some of the things that they do own the rights to would revert or transfer to somebody else that could be better curators of those licenses. I really don't have time to get into it now, and I have certainly railed against Chinese pro-censorship stance many times before, but I will just point out GameDeveloper.com's article. Chinese regulators warn developers over depictions of morality, gender, and history. So they, like, what they mean by morality is probably an incredibly nebulous term that encompasses a lot of things, but they definitely don't want to depict minorities of any character or class. And history obviously means they want the official state version of history depicted at all times, even when it is blatantly inaccurate. So obviously they don't want Tiananmen Square depicted, or the suppression of like Tibet or Hong Kong or things like that.
Resolution in my right hand, might in my left.
Let's see. Here's a quote. Players can choose to be either good or evil, but we don't think the game should give players this choice. End quote. And I don't know who made that quote, but developers are being told to adhere to strict guidelines to ensure games launched in the region convey a correct set of values. And of course, this is all just code words. Quote, some games have blurred moral boundaries. Players can choose to be either good or evil, but we don't think games should give players this choice, ... and this must be altered, states the memo. Yeah. Yep. There's really no reason to do business with China at all. I mean, as far as a video game company. They don't want kids playing video games. They want to censor video games to the point where they stop being any form of entertainment. If anything, China is just showing what SJWs are also doing in the West, in that SJWs would make that exact same argument that we need to show the correct morality and we shouldn't give players the option to do something. It would be probably very controversial at this point to make a game that let the player choose to either attack somebody who is transgendered or say something rude to somebody who is transgendered. And at a certain point, that is going to go to the next step where you're going to be playing games where every game or almost every game has something where you have to say something nice or supportive to somebody who's transgendered, even if that's not something you feel in your heart. And even if that has nothing to do with the story, which it almost never does. And I'm just using that as a random example. I don't have any hate in my heart for transgendered people or anything like that. But yeah, I definitely do have hate in my heart for censorship, and China is just blatantly saying what other people are pushing as far as censorship narratives. And it always is going to come back to censorship with China, to the point where you just can't do business with them. Honestly, we shouldn't be, if I was to get into a bigger economic thing, I think we shouldn't be doing any business with China at all. Sure, it means we would have way more expensive electronics and way more expensive a lot of other stuff, but you've just got to draw the line at some point, and a full boycott of China is about the only thing that's going to keep them from having enough power to continue their imperialistic ways to literally take over other countries, if not just economically control and manipulate countries. Let's see.
What'll drop first? My boss or your many pardons?
Anyways, we're now to the games. So here we have a game called As Divine Saga. Which looks like a JRPG. It's $13.49, English and Japanese. There is something about this that makes it feel slightly better than your standard RPG Maker game. But is there really anything here I want to play? No, I don't think there is. Then we have the Tokyo Game Show. I wanted to click on that. And so this has a Tokyo Game Show online sale going on. Which, yeah, there's a lot of games here. A lot of them maybe don't support English. A lot of them are not out yet. So I'm not seeing a lot of games. Sword of Necromancer is a free-to-play game. I don't think I've seen this one, but it's not out yet.
My heart is a guarded pearl. No, thank you. Many pardons. A fitting end.
Let's see. Lord Winterbottom Investigates looks interesting. Some of these games I definitely have seen before, but a lot of them I don't. This one is definitely out of place. Overwhelmingly negative. We should click on that one just to see how bad it is right now at this time. Yep. I don't think you're gonna see a major like Tokyo Game Show listing of games that are cheaper. I'm really not seeing a lot of this. Drifting Weight of Feathers. Which, that looks interesting because of the character, not really the gameplay. Japanese games tend not to really go on sale as much, or not be discounted as much as regular games, so yeah, it does not really feel like there's a lot here. And yeah, this is, I think, the art from Tokyo Game Show, so they're just using the art from the Tokyo Game Show to highlight it. So yeah, didn't really see anything there that was particularly interesting, nor do I feel like that was a particularly good.
Victory is exhilarating.
Well, at least we got one win in today's stream. Yep, it didn't feel like a particularly good sale. Here we have Project Nightmares Case 36 Henrietta Kedward, which, is there really a series of Project Nightmares games? $24.99, English full audio.
Bow before Dark Dragoon.
I'm not sure if this isn't just
Mother, father, come
one
on.
of these higher polished horror asset flip games. That being said, we have some relevancy here. So I think I put this on the follow list and think about it later. But yeah, it is meeting the requirements of having over 30 positive reviews. This in a lot of ways feels a lot like playing Layers of Fear again though. And I'd like to try to avoid doing that. Here we have a game called Escape Ninja, which looks like nothing, just a maze room, maybe with some traps in it. Yeah, I'm uninterested in that. $9.59, English and Japanese. Here we have a ball.io, which we can say no to immediately. 84 cents, English, Chinese, and Japanese. This is just an ag.io clone, which we haven't seen those in a long time. Here's eFootball. 9% of these positive reviews are positive. If anything, if this is the curve to grade on, then you should potentially remove 9% of any review on Steam and lower it. So if something is at like 59%, then it should be below 50. Also, frankly, if something is not mostly positive, closer to 70% positive, you probably shouldn't bother buying it. Yeah, I think we had already talked about this one. And yes, I'll put this one on the follow list as far as the pocket color selection. And then let's play a little bit. Although I should just stop playing and focus on the news. I don't want to leave a ton of games for Monday. This is a Chinese mobile phone game, fairly obviously. Free to play, in-app purchases Chinese only. Here we have Four Witches, Seasons, and Convent, which I think is probably a Chinese visual novel. It feels like these characters are from pre-bought assets and not from the same artist. Like this artist and this art style don't really feel like they match. $2.69 Chinese only, so we'll skip that. Here we have Operation Thunder, which looks like garbage. $4.49 English only. Under the Water, an ocean survival game. I don't know if there's really something here. Early access, $7.49 English and Russian. Looking at the screenshots, I don't think there's a game here. And I basically have to bend over backwards looking in this trailer. Yeah, if I was going to do an ocean survival game, I would do Raft or Subnautica. Yeah, that would make a lot more sense to do Subnautica, Subnautica 2, and Raft. Here we have Artformer Ancient Stories, which I feel like there already was an Artformer game out there. Yeah, it's been on the fall list, and I guess it's just been on early access this whole time. Still, it's not relevant, so it should probably be dismissed. Melty Blood Type Lumina is out on Steam. It does have a single player element, I'm sure. Enough that I could put it on the wish list. I don't see any way I cannot put it on the wish list. And actually, what scares me the most about this potential fighting game is this screen. Because this feels like some kind of weird mini game. It's a fighting game based on the visual novel Tsukahime. So playing this fighting game almost requires that you play Tsukahime also, or you play Tsukahime, then you play a fighting game, one or the other. It'd be less relevant to only play the fighting game. Although, maybe that works for some artists, or for some game players, as people who don't want to play visual novels might still enjoy the character designs and some of the story, but not all of the story. Here we have a game on Steam called Smashing Time, which looks like a VR game where you just run around smashing things. And as fun as that might sound, it's probably not worth $3.99 even. Whole bunch of languages. This is another one of those games too where if you're playing in VR, you're going to be swinging your arms left and right and end up just smashing things in the real world. So you'd have to be real careful. Here we have a pinball game, and since I'm a sucker for pinball games, I think I'll put this on the fall list. Although I've never heard of this studio. $3.39 is not asking a lot. English full audio. An alien themed pinball game. It's kind of a shame that there isn't just an engine out there like Unreal Unity specifically for pinball physics, and you don't just have a massive collection of people who use the same engine to simulate pinball games. There is an open source software to do that, yes, but it's not as well known, and it's definitely not being used by video game developers so much as it is being used by people who want to emulate old games, old pinball tables.
It's too late.
I just want to feel the emptiness. I just want to feel the emptiness.
Let's see. Next we have a game that's a bunch of Asian letters. Lily's Dream Adventures in Dinosaurs. It looks like it is probably not much of a game around dinosaurs. Looks Chinese, free to play, English and Chinese it says. We can say no to that. Here we have a game called Cosmic Cube, which is tagged as a JRPG, but it looks to me like a hack and slash beat 'em up game. Might be something here, but I'd need to see some reviews, because this feels like this could take place in a few places against a few collection of enemies. Too few of a collection of enemies. And I half wonder if maybe there's a nude patch in this. Because half of the characters' animations have her hands like bound up in the air like that, and these thumbnails look kind of lewd, and that is definitely worse, to sell a game that is really selling on sex and not make it obvious that it's selling on sex. That is a way worse situation than to sell a game just on sex and make it blatantly obvious. Here we have a game called Colors and Symbols, which looks like a single screen puzzle game. one that I don't think I really want to bother trying to play. $9.99, English only. Yeah. Not seeing anything there of interest.
Ladies and gentlegoats,
Here we have Spirit of Europe Origins. Which I wonder if this is a free demo. Doesn't really look like a game I'd want to play. It's too dark. Free to play. Playtest, single player only. Edutainment JRPG. That's what they're calling it. Historically accurate educational content, it says. Yeah, it doesn't look good though. So that's the problem. Here we have one called Megio. It's a free network adventure with leaderboards, is what it's described as. It just feels like it's almost random images all mixed together. Yeah, whatever this is supposed to be, it really does not look like a game. Early access, free to play. Labeled as an MMO with in-app purchases, third-party account, third-party at EULA, English and Czech. You don't get a lot of English and Czech games, but I'm not sure I've ever seen one that actually caught my attention.
My heart is a garden flower. Many pardons.
Alright, hit that.
No one has played tonight.
There's a lot more where that came from. Hard-headed as a... No, thank you. This is my last job.
Let's see, we have a game on Steam here called Rogue Lords, which looks like a vampire game. It's visually polished enough to actually catch my attention. Looks like a lot like the Darkest Dungeon type clone. 1999 follow. I don't know if I want to play anymore at this point. Like, as far as Shadowverse. We're just in this weird position where we're still struggling to get victories. All these daily quests are not here, so I'm not even going to get rewarded much. If I came in here and played the solo thing, then I would have to actually play. And we're 3 hours and 37 minutes into this stream. I just need to try and burn through games. So we have Katie Prime here that looks like garbage, 99 cents. That's a no. We have one that's all Asian, which I can pretty much say that's going to be a no too. Early access, Chinese only, $9.99. We have Summit High School prologue episode. Looks like a horror visual novel, but I don't see any reason to play a prologue. English only, selling for $1.97. That's going to be no. Trio, Slow-Fi beats, and numbers to chill to. I'm glad we've stopped seeing those kinds of streams on YouTube. They finally seem to disappear, and we only saw a couple of games that were trying to do that same gimmick. This looks stupid. It looks like a math game that maybe there would be something to that, but I would want to see some more polish. Yeah, as far as you just have to draw things, draw lines. But even if you're drawing lines, as far as how the numbers go, I don't know how you really would make a math problem from that. Because if I drag 5 plus 3, then that would be 8 minus 2, that would be 6. So how do you get 3 minus 2 to get 1, and then take that solution and add it to the plus here? Like, you have to put the 5, I guess, on the right side of the 3 minus 2, but even that is not what the GMDOS, PIMDOS suggests, because you're supposed to do addition then subtraction. Yeah. So I feel like this game, as far as my vague recollection of how you do math, would just drive me crazy. We have a game called Little Hats, which I think is just asset flip game, but maybe not. Open world survival game mixed with RPG elements, early access, single player, $17.99. You're playing as a gnome. No, I don't think there's enough game here for that gimmick. And frankly, I really have no desire to play as a gnome, so I'm going to say no to that. 3D double dealing character, bullet hell shooter. Yeah, this just looks like a bunch of bullets and nothing else. $13.49 English, Chinese, Japanese. That's a no. Color your world. Simple puzzle game. That's going to be a no. $7.99. Whole bunch of languages. Warding. That's going to be a no. 99 cents. English only. Here we have one that's an adult content game. So let me just make sure it's YouTube family friendly. It's already mixed. Yeah. Says it's a plot-oriented interactive puzzle game. The gameplay uses mouse clicks and drag and drop methods to promote the development of the plot. Sounds like it's barely being translated from some other language. The images look fine, but it really doesn't look like there's much of anything going on here. $7.64 Japanese full audio, English and Chinese. Yeah, I'm gonna say no to that one. Then we have Puzzle Art Dogs, which we can immediately say no to, for $1.19. Whole bunch of languages, allegedly full audio in each of those languages, which I severely doubt. Here we have one called Zombies Everywhere 2, which looks like an RPG Maker style game. Probably Chinese, but maybe Japanese. English is not supported. $4.79. Chinese only. Here we have Bonfire Peaks, which is a box puzzle game with maybe slightly better art, but yeah, that's about the only thing that would even get a follow, is the fact that it has slightly better art. $17.99. A whole bunch of languages. I don't want to immediately dismiss it because of $17.99, so I'm going to give it a follow, but there is a high chance I would never put this on the wish list at that high price. That is asking a lot. And if you were going to try and sell this game to me as being a premium game, making it look like a blocky voxel game does not sell it to me that way. But regardless of that, I will leave that on the fall list. Here we have a game called Ghost Terminator, which clearly is just an asset flip first-person shooter game. Early access, $1.99. Here we have a game called The Hunt, which looks like garbage. For early access, free to play, single player. At least the price is right on that one. Here we have Wife Quest, which, So, you're saving your husband, which is an interesting flip on the damsel in distress concept. Yeah, I guess I have to just put this on the follow list because it doesn't look so terrible that I can just immediately dismiss it. It doesn't look super frustrating. does look like a 2D platformer game that is actually a game. $5.09 is not asking a lot. English, Portuguese, Brazil, German, Japanese, and Chinese. And languages. That goes to the fall list. Then we have Shootout System D, which System D was supposed to be the replacement for the services in Linux. I don't know how many people really are still using System D versus the old init system. Like, I think System D, if I recall correctly, last time I used it, was more logical but too complicated is the problem. I don't think this game has anything to do with that, though. This looks just like an asset flip first-person shooter. $12.99, English and French. Here we have Toad Domination, I guess is how you pronounce that. I feel like this game was teased several months ago, and now looking at it, it just looks terrible. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. $2.09, English, Chinese, Russian. That's going to be a no. Here we have Astria Ascending, which is a JRPG game from Dear Villagers. I want to put this on the fall list and give it a little bit more of a chance, but you can see it's not doing particularly well. $31.49, full Japanese, full English. Yeah. So yeah, there is something about this game people are not liking, and I don't have time to research it, so I'll look at it further. Here we have Train Crew Prologue. Being a prologue, I can immediately dismiss it. $12.74, English, Japanese, and Chinese. As a train crew simulator game, also it could be immediately dismissed. Here we have FIFA 22 or FIFA 22, which are mostly positive, so I guess I'll put that on the follow list. Hot Wheels Unleashed goes on the follow list. So far so good, but I am cautiously optimistic as far as just in-app purchases staying as something that doesn't exist. Like, you already have the you already have a 99-cent bit of DLC and $29.99 past Volume 1, which makes me think that they are definitely going to try and rip you off. Like $90 Ultimate Stunt Edition. Yeah. Yeah. I guess they're trying to rip people off by charging too much on the forefront, and I wouldn't be surprised if 6 weeks to 6 months into the game, the price drastically changes. It drops maybe down to even free to play, and then all of a sudden there's these microtransactions in the game. Or and thus the early adopters are having to play a game with microtransactions, and they probably wouldn't be happy at that point. Here we have a game called Tomes and Quests, a reward RPG. There might be a game here, or this might be a case of just a lot of pre-bought fantasy characters being put next to Scrabble game, for lack of a better term. This is interesting. This is the second game today I've seen where somebody was wearing a hijab as a character. So there is, particularly in this game, a lot of what feels like forced diversity, but that's fine. Like, you're never going to get diversity until you have forced diversity. So unless it becomes incredibly woke and unbearable, I would be able to put up with that, or embrace that even. I'm going to put this on the fall list. 89 cents, English and French. Being a French game, that would make a lot more sense. There's a high Muslim community in Europe. Here we have a Bridge of Dawn, a game called Bridge of Dawn, which, yeah, this looks like an asset flip game. Let's see, and that is some creepy animation. The kid doesn't look terrible, but the mother looks awful. Free, English, Chinese, Spanish, Latin America. That's an odd combination of languages. Here we have Hobo Cat Adventures, which this looks weird, but it kind of feels like Conker's Bad Fur Day. $9.34, English, full audio. I'm going to put this on the following list. It looks like it might be something, although it may never be relevant, and people may not play it. Here we have Cafe Noir, business detective game, which may be a little bit too much of a simulation management game for a lot of people, but I'd be willing to give it a consideration. $22.49 is also fairly expensive. English and Polish, not a combination we see a lot of. Here we have Lost in Red Valley, which looks like a colorful Asian RPG of some sort. It's a little empty. Explore, craft, survive, alone or with friends. It's early access, $24.99, single player online PvP, English only. I would heavily suspect this game is not going to have enough content for what it's trying to do, but I'll give it a chance. Here we have a game called Kaluna, which small adventure game about a Norwegian composer and violinist. Well, that is such a unique game. I mean, you really can't reject this out of hand when you're covering a topic and a story that just has never been covered before. $9.99, English only, single player. What's interesting here is you'd think that it would be in Norwegian also, as far as the language. And yeah, that definitely needs to be on the follow list. Next we have The Last Friend, which looks like a beat 'em up game. Maybe it's a little too colorful, but maybe an actual gameplay I could put up with that. That overly stimulating color palette. $14.99, English only. Put that on the follow list. Here we have a game called Industria, which looks like it is a first-person shooter game where you're fighting robots in a mostly empty city. This is from Head Up Games, and it's already on my follow list. I have to remember what Head Up Games actually has published. Escape from Naraka, I guess, was the one I was thinking of. I know the name, but yeah, you look at what they've published and it is kind of a weird combination of games. Not awful games though. I'm not looking at this and thinking, oh, they're just known for making and publishing terrible games. So yeah, I'll leave that on the follow list. Here we have X-Zeus, the complete collection, which apparently is an on-rails shooter, according to the tags from Ziggurat. This might be an older game being just released to PC. $8.70, English only, partial controller support. So does this game actually look like something I'd want to play? You know what I think is, I think I have to put this on the follow list, because if I'm ever going to play anything that is even slightly like a Star Fox 64 game, this may be it as far as PC releases. So yeah, we'll see if it gets relevant. Here we have a game called Fated Blade, which just looks like an RPG Maker game of no interest. $4.49, English only. Here we have Unsighted. I think we've talked about this game before, or seen teases and trailers of it from Humble Games as a publisher. Let's see. 1999. Whole bunch of languages. Yep, we'll put it on the follow list for now. I probably would want to come back and think about it a little bit more, but at what point am I even going to get around to doing a follow list cleanup at this point? It's like, at a certain point, if I really wanted to accomplish everything, I would stop playing Hearthstone or any card game. Every Monday and Wednesday, Friday stream would be just talking about game news or going through the follow list cleanup. The streams would be incredibly shorter. I would just need some kind of like generic screen that would be showing and some generic background music that would probably loop and drive people crazy. Here we have a game called Junkyard Fury, which looks like garbage. $1.19, English only. Here we have a game called Lords and Villains. I don't see anything here that interests me. Early access, $16.99 English and Czech. That's a little too expensive too. Here we have Torre 2. Yeah, I just don't know how that would really work though. I want to see if there's a Torre 1. This is 99 cents English only. And it's mostly positive, so I have a Torre 3D. Which is rated very positively. Okay, well. MacBack 64. Okay. This may be one of those extremely rare situations where I found a new developer and publisher who is actually getting somewhat well received despite being incredibly niche. Train Simulator 2022 we can immediately dismiss. Apparently I already own it. $22.99. I have to assume that I got this game for free and probably spotlighted it. There's a whole bunch of add-ons. Let's see if we click content for this game, browse all of them. How much content is available? I think this is the game that has the most amount of content available on Steam and the most expensive content on Steam. It's like $600-700 if you were to buy all the DLC. And yeah, it's not well received, and I don't know why it's being labeled as having come out now, or why I clicked on a link about it. Aeon Drive looks like something that might be a bit more of a frustration platformer, but I'm not sure I want to immediately dismiss it. Let's see. I don't want to see just a cutscene though. I want to see what the game actually looks like. Actually, yeah, I think I will dismiss it as a frustration precision platformer. Also, it looks like it's more of a player versus player game. It's $13.49 English only. This is the type of game that other people might very well enjoy. It's just I have had my fill of trying to play these games and getting nowhere with it. Here we have a game called Space Revenge, which looks like garbage. $9.34 English, Spain, Spanish, Portuguese, Brazil. Here we have a game called Imposter Factory, which is overwhelmingly positive. Time loop, tragic comedy, murder, mystery, thriller. I can't ignore this. This is just far too many people to leave this on the follow list. This is mob rule. At this point, it has to go onto the wish list. Here we have Sweet Surrender VR. This doesn't look bad for a VR first-person shooter. $24.99. Whole bunch of languages. Here we have a game called Mistral. Fighting dragons. Looks a little rough, though. Early access, 1019, bunch of languages. I'm gonna give this a chance, even though it probably doesn't deserve it. Here we have Putin versus Zombies. We can immediately dismiss this. 59 cents, English only. Here we have City Air Battle. We can probably immediately dismiss this one too as being too simplistic. 16.99, English and Chinese. Here we have a game called Recifice. I don't even know what that word is. It does look like it might be something. Is that a side-scrolling hack and slash game? Maybe. $3.99, English and Turkish. We'll put that on the follow list. We haven't seen a massive shift of games towards like horror games because of Halloween in October. This game, Go Evo Interstellar, looks like garbage. Early access, $11.99, English and French. Here we have Dino Gotchi, which I assume is just a Tamagotchi simulator with a dinosaur. It may not be terrible as an idea, and at least it isn't trying to make it look like a Tamagotchi in the sense of being black and white or in a round egg frame. $1.59, English only. I bet this never gets enough reviews to be relevant. Here we have a game called Don't Hate Me, which looks like nothing. $3.99, English only. Welcome to Chichester 2, Part 2, No Extra Regrets for the Future. We've seen this series of visual novels. We're seeing a lot of them flood Steam several, like a year ago or so, and then they kind of stopped. This is English only. I don't think any of these were ever particularly good. Yeah. Yeah, 2019, mixed. Excuse me, I'm weighing out my voice here. Yeah, there's no reason to put the Welcome to Chichester game. Here we have Yacht Dice, which is just Yahtzee. Doesn't look like a terrible Yahtzee game. Doesn't look like it's particularly a great one. English and Chinese. And it feels like some of this art has been stolen from other games as icons. Because that definitely looks like an Angry Birds icon. So I'm going to have to say no to this. I don't know if there's really ever a reason I'd want to play a Yahtzee game anyways. Bad Dream Stories. I feel like this is from the creator of another game called Bad Dreams something. Bad Dreams Coma. Yeah. And apparently I have several of these games, so either I got them really cheap or got them for free. So I guess we'll put that on the follow list. But I'm definitely not getting around to playing these kinds of games. The Outbreak looks like a asset flip first person shooter. All it's showing is guns more than anything. It kind of feels like Borderlands almost with the different skins of guns, and there's just no zombies actually to show. 1244 English only. There are a few zombies I'm saying, but not up close. We have Minimal Crypt, which seems like some kind of single screen puzzle game. And I guess they're talking about color blindness, as there is a lot of color happening here. Alright, I'm gonna put this on the follow list. It says colorblind mode, but I don't know if that really means there is a colorblind mode or if this is just telling you, hey, if you can tell these three colors apart, which I can obviously tell the difference between a blue teal, a lavender purple, and a slightly dark orange. But yeah, that's kind of rude to say, hey, our colorblind mode is if you can see it, you can see it. We have memory booster. This looks like a 2048 clone. $1.19 English only. Here we have something called My Fluffy Life, which is way too pink and bright, but I kind of like the papercraft art style to it. You're like playing as, I think, a stuffed bear. $4.99. Third party account and EULA though. English, Japanese, Portuguese, Brazil. Third party account. Yeah, I'm gonna have to say no. There's no reason for there to be a third party account to something like this. And the visuals are blown out. It's way too bright. We have Rocco's Island Ring to End the Pain, which seems to be a collection of different mini games. I'll give it a chance. Early access, $11.99 English and Korean. Yeah. Seems like this is also 2048. I don't know what's happened here. Has 2048 become popular again? Because it seems to me like people would have had forgotten about it. Very odd that you're trying to make something that looks like a adventure game and then you're getting blocked by playing 2048. And this entire trailer is just showing how you would solve this to 128, which 128 is less than 2048, but I imagine at some point this number will go higher. Is this actually going to win, or is this going to leave you teased? There. And the entire video was to get to 128. But then you get to this next video, and it's a completely different minigame. Weird. Well, whatever, I'll leave that on the follow list. Here we have a game called Realms VR, which looks like nothing. Early access, $11.69, English only. Here we have a game called Doomwork, which is, I guess you're supposed to destroy the mechanisms, is the idea. Yeah, I don't know if I think that there's enough of a game here to try and kill everybody on screen. $1.39. It's kind of like the opposite of a Lemmings game. I'll give it a follow. No. Here we have Beatrice, which apparently is a rhythm-based Tetris game. How do you really play it? No. Yeah, I'm not sure there's a game here I'd really want to play. I'm not trying not to let the anime girl confuse me or trick me. Feels like there's this would be fairly complicated, but I'll give it a follow. It's also not asking much at $2, so it could be something I could spotlight for an hour and then never think about again. We have Powerbots Retro. Although at this point, even spending $2 to make 1 hour's long worth of content is probably a little too expensive for me and my budget. $8.99 English only this game is. It's tagged as a Metroidvania. I don't really believe that. Here we have Planet Hot Pot, which is tagged as a cartoony shoot 'em up game. I think there's too much repetitive content in this for me to want to put it on the follow. Early access $2.99. It's in VR, English only. Here we have Gutting Goblins, which is too red for its own good. That looks just awful. $1.19 English, allegedly full audio. Here we have My Dear Frankenstein English edition, which makes me think there was a non-English edition. Let's put that on the fall list. $4.99 English only. So was this developer? Yeah, he had this other game that English was not supported, I see. But also kind of not relevant either. So yeah, I'll give it a chance, but odds are low. Here we have a game called Ninja Express, which doesn't even look like it has ninjas in it. It is $2.39, whole bunch of languages. Says it supports Spain, Spanish, and English in full audio. Here we have a game called Tree Bashers, which looks like a Game Boy game with a 4:3 ratio. And with its pixely graphics. I guess it's Tray Bashers, as in 3 in French. Yeah, I just don't think there's a game here I want to play. $8.99 English only. Yeah. It's just not the kind that appeals to me. We have 1 pixel TWB, whatever TWB stands for. Looks like garbage. 89 cents, English, Portuguese, Brazil. Here we have something that's just in Asian languages. Looks like just a cheap Chinese RPG. $5.99 Chinese only. Here we have Super Grave Snatchers, which looks terrible with CGA style graphics. Terrible color palette. $5.99 English only. They're comparing it to Overlord 2. That's a weird comparison. Here we have a game called Midnight Blues, which looks like nothing. $9.99 English only. Here we have a game called Naki, which there might be a game here, but I kind of don't believe there is. But it does seem like they're trying to actually have a character. Early access, English only. I'm going to give this a chance. It's going to disappoint me almost certainly, but I'm going to give it a chance. Here we have Sneeze Man Return to Planet Sneeze, which looks like a precision platformer game. Hardcore platforming, it says. They want hardcore platform wizards. Yeah. I don't think I could play this game. $4.99 English, allegedly full audio. Here we have Railroads Online, which might be something to this, but I don't really want to play a game like this online. Single player with online co-op. $34.99. Early access. I'll give it a chance. Although I'm not sure I really want to play anything anything that's YouTube that's just around railroads. Next game is called Metempsychosis. And while it's not tagged as having any nudity or content or adult content, every single screenshot is showing a lot of cleavage. Just a lot of cleavage. Which A, makes me feel like it's probably not much of a game, and B, it's probably not a YouTube family friendly game. It's English, Japanese, and Chinese. It says it just has sexual language and sexual content. So yeah, it's just a tease of a game. So yeah, I would have to say no to that game. Let's see, next we have UFO Checkers, which, yeah, it's just checkers. Free to play, English only, online PvP only. That's pretty bad as far as its features. Here we have a game called Gold Miner, which there was an oil miner game somewhat similar to this, although I think more complicated. It came out maybe 2 or 3 years ago. This looks like a mobile game and much more simplistic. $4.79 English only. That's too expensive for what that's offering. Here we have Fishing Frenzy, which it's a fishing game. Not to be confused with Feeding Frenzy. And it again feels like a mobile game. $4.79 English only. Yeah, I don't think there's enough there to want to play that. Here we have Brick Out, which is getting a whole collection of very simplistic games here. $4.79 English only. Next we have Night Stalkers, which, yeah, looks terrible. Asset flip werewolf game. Early access $2.99 English only. Allegedly full audio. Blaze and the Monster Machines Actual City Racers. I wonder if this is based off a cartoon. I've never heard of it, but maybe. It looks kid friendly. It looks a lot like the Cars movies. $39.99 is definitely asking a lot, but I'll put it on the follow list. Next we have Magical Girls Second Magic, which seems to be another Arkanoid game with anime girls as a background. It seems to just be a random collection of anime girls. Nothing there of interest. What does it cost? $3.99 English, Chinese, and Japanese. Here we have Gear Shifters as a racing game. Arcade shoot 'em up in cars. I might consider that, so I'm putting it on the follow list. $22.49 is asking a massive amount of money though. Bunch of languages supported. Is definitely asking for a lot of money. Here we have Cologne 3D, which looks like it's probably just the city of Cologne in 3D. Not very interesting. Free, but German only in language. Here we have The Prisoner of the Night, which looks like a horror game, but it doesn't look visually polished enough. Let's see. It's English, Portuguese, Spain, Spanish. It's platforming on surreal environments. Every level is different. I'm gonna give this a follow just to see if it's relevant, but I think most people will dismiss it. Here we have a game called Charlie the Legend, which a multiplayer asymmetric horror game, I guess. I assume this is Child's Play Chucky, and they just didn't have the license to it. Yeah. Online PvP only. English, Spain, Spanish. Guess because it's asymmetric, there's no reason for me to put it on the follow list. Here we have Marcella Moon, Curse of the Black Cat, which, yeah. I am not interested in that. $9.99. English, allegedly full audio. And I'm getting bored of covering even the game, so let's try and just finish the news if I can and see if that will leave us with the right amount for Monday. Video Game Chronicle here says Strangers in Paradise Origin gets a new demo and release date. We had already talked about that. Konami has apologized for eFootball's disastrous launch and promises improvements. We are very sorry for the problems. Which, yeah, easy to apologize and still sell the game. GameDeveloper.com says Bungie has expanded its diversity, inclusion, and accessibility initiatives to be, quote, be better. This phrase, be better, is getting overplayed, certainly. I don't know why I have a link to somebody on Twitch. Somebody is playing the game and showing it off, I guess. What game is this? Strangers of Paradise Final Fantasy Origin. Alright. So yeah, I have no interest in looking at that. Video Game Chronicle says newly published Nintendo patents show plans for a deep learning super sampling style AI upscaling, which patents don't really mean anything. They do mention scaling up to 4K resolutions. But yeah, them getting a patent really is just them securing a patent. It has nothing to do with an actual product being made. Let's see. Video Game Chronicle says Konami is set to revive Metal Gear, Castlevania, and Silent Hill. Japanese publisher will reveal major projects after a period of relative quiet. None of these will be made with the people, though, that actually made those games. And yeah, when you look at what Konami has made in the past year or two, it's all been absolute garbage. So them desperate for money now because Konami can't make money from the gyms that they owned and the other businesses they were in because of the pandemic, does not mean for 1 second any of those games are worth putting any attention to. We had already talked about Sony acquiring Blue Point Games after accidentally teasing the deal. Let's see. Second Dinner has some more positions open, which indicates they still are probably fairly far away from actually being ready to release the Marvel card game. They seem to be in early stage of that. In particular, they're looking for a technical game producer, a project program manager, and a technical game designer, gameplay engineer. Which, yeah, that does not scream like they are close to a launch. Minecraft is having Spooky Fest, which I don't know if any of this has anything to do with Minecraft or just Minecraft Dungeons content. Yeah, it seems to be mostly just Minecraft Dungeons content. Yeah, and I bet the actual Minecraft game is not going to have much to say. Video Game Chronicles says Nintendo may re-release Prime 1 instead of a Switch trilogy. It has again been claimed. It seems like the story has been reported multiple times or claimed multiple times. Xbox has an accessibility showcase with new accessibility updates. So there's going to be like accessibility tags from the Microsoft Store and the Xbox. Which, yeah, that is nice, certainly, to have your storefront to be able to label this game has closed captions, this game has colorblind modes. Those are things that should have probably been implemented a lot earlier. And in a lot of ways, some of these features probably were suggested by low-level programmers decades ago, and there was just no interest in the higher-ups to approve an idea, even if it was something as simple as just adding a new category to a database, and there was just no desire to support that feature or have that feature. And so it's nice to see the shifting pattern of desires so that people with special needs are being treated better. See, GameDeveloper.com says Digital Matters is a new UK publisher that wants to offer indies the AAA treatment. Don't they all say that? I definitely wouldn't go in business with somebody that was a new publisher, even if it was a Warner Brothers former marketing director that co-founded the company. That honestly, the quote AAA treatment is probably a threat more than a promise anyways. So I'd be real careful around making those promises. The game Haven that came and went and nobody really had anything to say about it, that was particularly good, is getting a free content update according to the Epic Games Store. I think it is also an Epic Games exclusive still. Haven is really an example of one of these games that did manage to come out this year and should have been talked about a lot more, considering how there was nothing else to talk about, and it still didn't get any coverage, which is just kind of ridiculous. Let's see, Video Game Chronicle says Assassin's Creed Valhalla's autumn content roadmap has been revealed. Check out this article if you're interested in that. Let's see, the GTA Trilogy remaster is reportedly planned for release in November, according to Video Game Chronicle. Battlefield 2042 will use the Apex Legends anti-cheat software, if that interests you. What is this? A special sale apparently happening for accessibility enabled games called the One Special Day sale. Which is directly competing with the Tokyo Game Show sale. And while some of these games probably do have some accessibility features, I feel like some of these are also just SJWE, whether or just random games more than anything. Yeah. And again, this is like the second sale I've seen on Steam where I guess they're games on sale where the proceeds somewhat go to a company, a charity I've never heard of called Special Effect. Which I guess that's nice and all, but why cross-promote or counter-advertise against Tokyo Game Show? That seems just intentional. Video Game Chronicles says there are sources who say Destruction All-Star Studio Lucid has been handed the Twisted Metal revival, and I think people are pretty much willing to believe that's the case. Here we have a game called Emoto on Steam. We're just trying to burn through a few more games. $11.99 English full audio. I'll put that on the follow list. Now the fact that that is not logged in tells me that I've hit the games that were left over from Wednesday. This Higgs boson time puzzle we can say no to. 59 cents English full audio. So what I should do is go through the games that are already loaded just so I don't have to hit the reload button over and over again. This game is tagged sexual content, but then seems to be a very simplistic game. That's weird. I'm gonna put that on the follow list. $1.99 Japanese full audio. So yeah, instead of covering the old games from Wednesday, I should just probably let the games, here I can immediately close this one, let the games sit for Monday, and then I should come back to things like, not that one, like Squadron 51 Prologue. Being a prologue we can immediately dismiss, so close that. And then Among Dots looks like a Pac-Man game, but maybe with enough polish a Pac-Man game might make some sense. Is it Among Dots in the sense that it's Among Us and Pac-Man combined? It's an interesting thought. I don't know if that really would work. $4.99 English only. Here we have one called 13 Wood Street, which is nothing. $11.99. We have one called Iron Rebellion, which looks like a VR mech game. It looks interesting enough. It's coming soon though, so it's not out, so I'll close that. Here we have one called Impulse, which looks like nothing. Free, English only. And here we have one called The Trials, which seems to be a puzzle game of some sort. I'm not sure it's really that good. $15.99 English full audio. I'll give this a follow. Here we have Dear Agony Aunt, which looks like garbage. $2.99 English only. Here we have Holiday Solitaire Easter, which looks like nothing. I'm a little surprised there aren't more solitaire games like this that come out. It seems like they've mostly died out on Steam, and that's probably a good thing. People have moved on to other kinds of games. $2.99 English, French, German, and Russian. Here we have Holiday Mosaic Halloween Puzzles, which we can dismiss. And this just looks like a picture of people, like somebody's family photos. $2.99. Same collection of languages. Here we have a game called Fuzzor that looks bad. $5.99 English only. We only have a few more games. I do see the end of the title bar, so I'm only leaving maybe 20 games. This Little Red Rocket Ship looks like garbage. $1.99 English only. Here we have Escape Hospital, which is tagged as a puzzle platformer. To me, it looks like a Chinese visual novel. Is it Escape to Room puzzle? $11.69. No. Chinese only. Jibo Jorbo versus Life. Looks like nothing. $4.99 English only. I have about 5 more. Here we have a game called Welcome Back, which looks like nothing. English, Portuguese, Brazil. Here we have Polypuzzle Furries 2. $1.19. Whole bunch of languages. Allegedly full audio in all those languages. I doubt that. Here we have Zombie Dinos from the planet Zeltoid. From Ziggurat. This looks like a really old game being re-released, but it also looks like a garbage game that nobody should bother to play. $4.68 English only. That is the problem with most of Ziggurat's listings, is they're old games not worth playing. Legends of the Murder Collection looks like too much of an old game, text-based game. It's basically a dungeon crawler with the vast majority of the menu being in this little square. Let's see, $4.68 English only. No to that. We have the Heroes of Bangonia. I don't think there's enough visual polish here to make this look like something I would want to play. 2D action platformer. No, I don't think I want to play that. 59 cents English only. Here we have Legends Tower Defense 2, multiplayer tower defense. Let's see. English full audio. Here we have a game called Lingua, which is $5.99 Portuguese Brazil. I'll put that on the follow list. 2 more. And then we have My Inner Darkness is a Hot Anime Girl, which this is obviously just an asset flip game. Low effort game. Visual novel $4.49 English only. And then final game I'm going to look at today called The Twins Experiment, which looks like a point and click adventure. Put that on the follow list. Although there's not a lot selling it. $5.99 English only. I'm just a sucker for point and click adventure games, but when you really look at this, there's not a lot being shown. Just some background environments. Maybe some card mechanics. I'm not seeing you talk to people. I'm not seeing you pick up items and use items. I'm not seeing you solve puzzles so much. Alright, well. So then that brings me back to my Twitter feed. And let's just see. Did we, at this point, 4 hours and 30 minutes into it, we are still quite far away from getting any new daily quests. Let's see. So I'm scrolling down my main Twitter feed just to see if there's any new news we're talking about. Apparently, according to YouTube creators, October 1st marks the beginning of LGBTQ plus History Month and UK's Black History Month, which seems like, to me, October is always going to be Halloween month, and there's a real danger here of there being entire days and entire months around LGBTQ and Black history in particular, being focused on specifically by people like YouTube and YouTube in particular, where Spanish American History Month, Mexican American History Month, Portuguese History Month, European History Month, those things not focused on or non-existent. There's no Russian History Month that I know of. So that they are much like how YouTube picks winners and losers as far as what videos succeed. They are picking winners and losers as far as what holidays they want to create or promote. And there's a holiday for almost every day of the year, if not 3 or 4 holidays for every day of the year. And YouTube in particular should try to be more focused on making their platform good and less focused on promoting history months and other content like that that has very little to do with their service. Leaving that topic alone for the moment, though, being Friday, there really wasn't any new news, and no surprise there. So that's going to be it for this stream. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want to friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below. And if you want to support me further, there's a link to Patreon, or you can friend me on Steam and get me a game off my wishlist. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.